it's also very much related and connected with Live Space Workshop, intensive program supported by NordPlus for Nordic and Baltic schools. So we welcome all the colleagues, students and teachers here locally and online. And also I ask Ramune to say a few words.
Mantautas. I want to say that I'm truly and sincerely inspired and excited about this event, and Mantautas, wow, how you made it. I mean, how you managed. The program is so impressive, and our guests and participants of the conference is the top level, and you know, the topic is so urgent and so relevant professionally, personally to each of us, that many sound phrases could be said as for the introduction, you know, and actually AI could be very helpful in that, you know, in organizing the opening speech. But I'm not going to do that. I just want to say that this topic really concerns us very personally. And it encourages to rethink the very crucial aspects of our life. What is real creativity? Is it at all possible? What is real creativity? The nature of intelligence. I just recently have submitted the paper to the theater conference, which is titled Theater and Natural Intelligence. So actually, I'm not sure what natural intelligence is, but yeah, so in the face of those and on the edge of those crucial changes, it is very important to rethink the major aspects of our professional and personal lives. So let's stay open, let's stay curious, critical, and friendly. Enjoy.
Thank you. Thanks, Mantautas. And on the behalf of HEC Montreal Business School and from all my colleagues, I'm very honored to support this event. I was participating to INMUSE 2 years ago, and now the program has really expanded. It's a magnificent program. This program brings communities not only of Nordic countries, but Canada, but Spain, but Wallonia. So here there is a power of attraction here to think about essential features of society. So thanks a lot and enjoy this event.
So now we start with first presentation, and please welcome Pale Dahlstedt, composer, researcher. Yes. Tiesiog žiūriu, gal ateina kas nors.
So very happy to be here, and some pressure to get started to be the first speaker. And I've spoken here in meetings about AI before, so there might be things that some people have heard already, but the material I have is a little bit vast because I always want to include every insight from the last 25 years, because that's about how long I've worked with this issue in every lecture. Musician, composer, and I'm also a researcher, and I've been working with AI and creativity for more than 25 years. I did a PhD in 2004 on this topic, and I have various affiliations, you know, It's the number of them that counts, so it's not so important. So why I was asked to talk about agency and authorship in AI, which are often overlooked in a sense. We're just happy that they do fantastic stuff, but what happens to our artistic creative process when we employ these tools? And they're everywhere, and I think that any artist or any also amateur artist or anyone using these tools need to understand the implications. And in the introduction we heard we need to be a bit critical. And yes, I love these algorithms. I'm a geek, I'm a hacker, a programming hacker. But I think we also need to be critical. We need to be aware. So that's what I try to bring. I don't have slides. I have my notes, which is a huge mind map that we're traveling around. And you will follow me on the journey. And hopefully you can read it. So obviously, algorithmically generated art and music exists. It has been here for a very, very long time, actually, for hundreds of years. But algorithms were carried out by humans before an artist has used this to create novel material for a very long time. But now we have computers, and they are very fast, and we can run faster algorithms, and we have new kinds of complexity, and new kinds of outputs, and the tools are big, and they bring with them huge databases, and what happens then? But I think one thing we need to take with us all the time is that all these new tools from antiquity to now, it's not that they make art better, they make different art. It helps us to make different things. But since everything is relative, everything is contextual, actually, it doesn't make the old art irrelevant or bad. That's also important to remember. And another thing that I will come back to many times is that there are humans involved at all levels in these tools still, even though we tend to forget that. So, some initial questions. Will AI be independently creative? Is that even possible? I will not answer that question now, but maybe I will give you some doubts. Is that desirable? Is it dangerous or interesting? And for the authorship and agency question, does it matter who made the art? And not only who, but what kind of being, if it's even a being or an algorithm. And what makes algorithmic art meaningful if the sender is not a human? And is it even to be called art when it's coming from something that is very different from us? One branch that I'm actually going to skip is this, this big one, because I think people know by now, and there's a whole lecture in there. So let's not do that. But I think, no, we will skip that whole thing. But we can look at this one a little bit, which will enlighten us a little bit about what kind of things they allow us to do that was not possible before. First, AI can be, and most often is, a black box process. We write something to it, and it has its magic, and it gives you something, and you have no idea what happens inside, which is one of the problems. In some applications, it can be very interactive. There are musicians that work with or design interactive systems where you improvise with an AI and it answers and you have a continuous interactive process, which is a bit more interesting in my view. And we don't have autonomous AI yet, but who knows when it starts to sort of create stuff and generate stuff on its own without being asked to do that. And those situations are quite different, so bear that in mind. So these kind of algorithms, they help us explore the possible, which is basically what creativity can be, in new ways. It's a structured search of the space of the possible, guided by prompts or guided by all kinds of different interfaces. It's related to what we did before in some cases, but it's very much more efficient. So in some cases, we can get similar results, but with much less effort. We can also explore the possible in new ways, which may lead to new artistic expressions with similar effort. We can reach new corners of this space of the possible, which we couldn't even reach before. And also, if you work with time-based art, you also create new trajectories in this space of the possible, which might be related to narratives. They allow us to work on new, abstraction levels. We can work with patterns and styles
with big systems that that are part of me and agents and system or bottom-up systems of many agents. We can work with potentials. We can work with, actually, it should say also examples. We can show things to the AI and it makes something similar. So we communicate with these algorithms in different ways. And these abstraction levels, creating by example, creating by prompts, creating by very simplified coding using existing libraries, etc., actually also leads to new craft. At my time, we wrote every line of the code ourselves and created the algorithms from scratch. And now everything is there. But of course, if you spend 24 hours per day writing prompts, you get very good at it, a time that I don't have. So, you know, the students here, you will have new crafts that are very different from the crafts that I learned when I was a student. Also, of course, the AI is interesting in itself as a topic for art and as a medium for expression from the inside. And in some cases, these kind of algorithms, since they can manage, let's say, hundreds of parameters or thousands of parameters, while me as a person, I'm working with synths and stuff, you know, they have knobs, and you turn maybe 2 knobs at a time because I have only 2 hands. And suddenly with these algorithms, I can turn 200 knobs or 2,000 knobs at the same time, and we can, in that way, also control much more complex processes and complex tools. But also, these kind of new tools create new kinds of references and new layers of meaning, because between artworks that are created, you know, every image created with Midjourney has some kind of profile. It sort of looks like a Midjourney image, and you know, suddenly they have references, and art historians will have new things to do in the future. We have to keep them busy. That's important. We should also remember there's a huge difference between generating whole works using generative AI. Sometimes I just write Gen AI, like a whole image or a song or a finished text. That's a very different situation from generating material using these tools, a little bit, bits and pieces to be further processed in a human creative process, or to use algorithms conceptually in a work, like I mentioned before, critical AI, art about AI, etc. These are very different situations, and we tend to talk about it as one big thing. So keep that in mind also. I'm telling you to keep a lot of things in mind. I hope you have big minds. So when talking about authorship and agency, we need to think about what characterizes human art. What is an artist? You know, that's of course a tricky question, and every art theorist would say that it's suicidal to even get there. But I'm an artist myself, so I take the liberty. And for me, this is a very inclusive definition. For me, an artwork is a result of human effort, which can be subject to reflection. And the keywords here are human, effort, and reflection. But I put parentheses around human because, you know, that's what we see possibly removed. But I think also effort, we'll get back to that, is a key thing here, because that is a big part of what we see, the meaning in an artwork and the empathetically perceived effort behind it and the traces, etc. So that's just so we keep that in mind, that to me those are very important parts of a creative process. And a creative process, this is a short version of a big theory of artistic creative process, but I see it as a search in a space of possibilities. That is, its extension is defined by the medium you work in. And the process is affected by the available tools that you have. Each tool sort of carves out a pathway in this space of the possible. And a different tool has different pathways, and sometimes you switch tool, you get to a point, you switch to another tool, you travel a different network, and and finally you end up in the finished work. And while we travel along these networks, we use our predictive capacity, which is related to our cognitive models of these tools. That's why you need to learn your stuff, to learn the craft, to learn the tools, so that we can think one step ahead. We sometimes call that skill or craft, etc. I also see this creative process as a repeated translation between the representation you have in your head the ideas, a vision, maybe an idea about the procedure, an idea about the final form, but it's never precise, it's often very vague. And then you have another representation, which is the material form, the sketch, the piece of clay on the table, or the score, or the pencil sketch, or whatever it is, the sound in the room for a musician maybe. And it alters between these two representations, and gradually the vagueness of the conceptual form is resolved in more and more detail using tools, and using also, mistakes in relation to tools. That's one way of solving vagueness, that, I have an idea about what to do, but it doesn't happen exactly as I think, and something happens, and suddenly I have something I expected, and then I reinterpret that, and it affects my conceptual model, conceptual form in my head, and it goes back and forth like that. Of course, these processes are affected by a lot of other things, like my cultural upbringing, social expectations, and memory, and all these kind of things. So what we take away from this crash course in how the inner mechanics of artistic creative process is that tools matter a lot. Artists are not very fond of talking about tools, especially in the fine art scene. It's more about concept, etc. But in music, we're quite used to tools. Our instruments, we're dependent on them. In electronic music, which is my home field, we build our tools. We make our instruments, and that's sort of the most common situation. So we're very aware, and that helps in this process. If you want to read more about that creative process theory, there's a book chapter from 2012. I could speak for a long time about that, but I will not. Let me skip this one, but I think this one. I said we should talk a little bit about and be aware of what a human brings to see what the AI brings. So as you have noticed now, I talk about creative process a lot. So there's a process over time under which the work gradually emerges in a material form, and in this process there's information going in and out. Interactions with the surroundings of the artist. There might be a friend who has an opinion, or I hear something on the radio and I get a new idea, or my teacher says something, or my student says something, or whatever, you spill coffee on the score, or something like that. So things happen. Also, usually artists have something to say, consciously or unconsciously. There are values that become embedded in the work. And hopefully, and this is the can be subject of human reflection part, or can be subject of reflection in my definition, that the output is sort of relatable. Sometimes effort is required, sometimes you can't relate at all because it's in a completely, free improv noise genre that you never heard before and you can't relate. Or maybe it's the only genre you can relate to, who knows, it's very different. You can conceptually relate because it relates to the world, to previous art you've seen. It tells the story of its own coming into being, and you can empathetically relate because you can see, how was this made? How did they think? At least you can speculate about that. And still, we have AIs that generate results that look like they came from this kind of process, but they don't have any process. And all these details that normally tell this story, they're sort of there, but they're complete nonsense. So now basically I can stop speaking because I told you my conclusion. But that is sort of partly the situation. So authorship and agency are closely related. So agency is the capacity to act. You can define it in different ways, and it's a favorite term in philosophy and media theory. And the capacity to influence something and to make things happen. It also has a weaker meaning. Bruno Latour's views on these are quite well known, where he talks about embedded agency, so that a thing can have agency, a tool can have agency, which sort of course, I would prefer to see as embedded agency from the tools maker, but it sort of has an influence that is carried over from the tool maker. And this is quite important. Did I miss something there? No. Good. Because we talk a lot about, the machine did it. Computers can paint like Van Gogh. I saw that headline already more than 10 years ago. And Of course it can't. It was somebody, a person who chose a Van Gogh painting and created a machine learning model that was trained on his paintings, and then somebody chose a holiday picture, and then they transformed that in a similar way to a regular Photoshop filter so that it had the same statistical features regarding color and detail and texture as a Van Gogh painting. And the computer had no agency at all. It was a filter that somebody applied. So, you know, it's very strange to talk like this. We assign agency, or maybe we perceive it because somebody said that, because it's said in the news, yeah, they can paint like Van Gogh. And nobody knows. And now we see also there's this AI painting sold at Sotheby's in London for millions, and it's painted by a machine, but it's a whole team of engineers, and maybe, if you're lucky, an artist that actually made that painting with a very clear strategy to make a painting to sell at Sotheby's. And it's not by chance that it was a portrait of Alan Turing. And you know, there's so much humans behind this. And the way we speak about the agency of AI art is a real problem, because it affects politics, policies, our expectations, our thoughts about AI ethics, etc. So, and I think it's actually a PR problem for AI, because we're doing it a disservice by lying about how it actually works. So that's why I think this is so important. To understand these kind of all layers of embedded agency in AI, I speak about influential agency, or first we could talk about influence. So who or what influenced the actual results, which you can complicate and talk about only influence that was intentional, or did somebody who actually invented an algorithm 50 years ago that I'm using, they had no idea that I would be using it, but they still actually influenced my thinking. There's, for example, I'm a specialist in evolutionary algorithms, so actually Darwin has a little, influence on what I'm doing, because that is basically Darwin in a box. That's the kind of AI algorithms that I made my doctorate on. So Darwin is there in the corner, but he had no idea, and he didn't plan that. But I think he still has some influence. So the method to sort of find out this, of course, this is not an exact science. It's basically to ask if you alter things, if you change the tool, if you change the person, if you change some other constraint, what differences would it make to the actual output? And in some cases, it would basically say, yeah, it wouldn't happen. In other cases, it would be more like, yeah, it would be slightly different. So you can't really measure this, but we can reason about it because it's there. I'm quite sure it's there. And this influence, every layer, and there are like hundreds of layers of influence in everything we do, brings meaning, the story of how things came into being. It means references to the tool, to the, I don't like the word influencer, so the influencing agent. Influencer is sort of loaded with a different meaning. About the conditions under which it happened and what happened. So it brings all this to the work, regardless of intentions. They basically imprint traces of the process. And everything we do sort of has these influences, and also everything people did on the tools that you use, the people who write the libraries that you use in this LiveSpace workshop, for example. You had a teacher who gave you some patches yesterday. He brings some influential agency to what the students do if they use his patches. And in your patches, they had influence from people who made the libraries that you used, just as an example. So, it's very multi-layered. We see, I think I already said this, yes? And we can also see this influence as information flow. So since Claude Shannon founded information theory in 1948-ish, we can actually quantify information. Of course, here I'm just doing this for hypothetical reasoning. We can't really measure it, but we can still see that the influence can vary in magnitude. And we can see if there's a lot of influence, and this also correlates to effort. If there's a lot of work, your agency gets stronger. It's that simple. It's actually not very complicated. It's not always that we can trace it, but there is some relation between the amount of information, the amount of effort, and both the actual agency and your feeling of agency. If you write a 5-word prompt and Dolly or Midjourney gives you a fantastic image, I'm sure you will not be super proud and apply to art school next day. You will feel that, yeah, I got a little help on the way. But if you actually painted something by hand and it took you a week, you will be a bit more proud of what came out. It's that simple. There are thousands of small decisions. There is more information flowing from your decisions, your gestures, every little pathway of the brush, your choices about colors into that image. So you have a larger influence. So we can sort of talk about it in magnitudes. And of course, a lot of what I say depends on the assumption that we have free will, which is questionable, but let's not go there. That's another lecture. Just want to say that. It's a disclaimer. But humans, the authorship is this creative process where all this happens. But there is also the tool maker who designs potentials and brings this embedded influential agency on the way, and sometimes unintentional and sometimes untraceable, but we should be aware that it's there. It's much harder to say what the influential agency of algorithms are because they are sort of tools and there are humans behind them. But there are some situations where it's very hard to say that it depends on a human. We have this concept called emergence, which is very popular in complex systems theory, the context in which I made my doctoral thesis a long time ago. Basically, when high-level behavior of a system is not traceable to the design of the low-level parts, but is still dependent on it. So the classical example is an ant farm. So every ant is rather stupid, but the whole society of ants is quite intelligent and has very complex behavior. There are many, many examples of that. Well, our brain is another. We have neurons, and each neuron is quite well known how it works, but there are, billions of them. And together, they certainly create a different behavior than you can see in just one. And it's not clear how that high-level behavior depends on the design of the small parts. It's really difficult to design a system and knowing what the emergence would be. So in some way, that is a kind of untraceable influence in a way. There are also in algorithms unintentional or intentional patterns imposed upon data that is part of the algorithmical agency. Could be referred to the humans, who knows? But for example, these AI images that are created, they have underlying grids. They work in blocks, and these convolutional generative networks, etc. They divide the picture into different parts, and there are underlying structures and hierarchies in the algorithm that has some kind of effect. You could also think of it like the compression patterns in JPEG images. It's a simpler example. If you compress an image and then you compress it again and you compress it again, and after a while you only see these patterns. That's one way to sort of make them stand out. So it's in there, and that is also a part of maybe the algorithmic agency. Some of it might be intentional. I can't really answer the question if it stops there, but some of it is untraceable and unintentional, so it might be the algorithmic agency. Also, a lot of algorithms are unpredictable or non-deterministic processes. They can actually be unpredictable and deterministic too. And it's really hard to trace what happens there. So maybe it's, let me see here. Sometimes I can't even follow my own train of thoughts here. So yeah, it's really hard to tell what of this comes from the algorithm and what comes from the human. So sometimes you have to see, okay, what does not come from the algorithm, and then say that maybe the rest actually comes from the algorithm. So there are a lot of things that comes from the human in AI, the choices of training sets, the parameter settings, all kinds of choices on the way. But there are also other things that the humans didn't predict. Is that the algorithmic agency? Possibly. And over time, with lots and lots of interactions with these algorithms and with a large number of humans and maybe large number of algorithms in the same process, it's really hard to trace back this influence. And especially learning, AI training, is an example of where this happens, that where things are transformed into an unreadable state. We can't really tell this neuron knows about the map of Africa and this neuron knows about strange punk hairdos. You know, it doesn't work like that. It's all collected in various conglomerates of neurons that it's really hard to trace. So it seems like traceability is a common term here. If we can't trace it, we tend to refer to the algorithm. And I'm not sure that that means that the human agency is lost. It might still be human agency because we actually wrote the algorithms, but sometimes the emergence comes in the way and they do completely different things than we expected them to. So this is a hard question. I don't really have the answer here. Let me see here. Yeah, this is what I said before. There's a correlation between influential agency and the information contribution and the amount of information contribution and the effort put in by the artist. That's what I was saying there. So typically, in any AI application today, I just listed all the things that humans do in sort of a chronological order. Somebody invented the algorithm, somebody programmed a particular instance of the algorithm, somebody chose to use this algorithm, somebody chose an internal data representation, somebody set lots and lots of parameters, somebody chose the training set and probably pre-processed the training set, somebody tweaked the parameters, and somebody cherry-picked from a large number of outcomes. So there are lots of humans involved. Let me see here. I think I'm going to skip a few things. Let me see. Yes, this one, I think, I've said this before, but I think this is an illustrative example of how effort and information flow really illustrates the amount of authorship and agency that goes into different cases. So, for example, we have some obvious cases. If I have a very simple tool like a violin, well, it's not super simple, but it's simpler than ChatGPT in complexity, for sure. A violin, and I don't put in much effort, which means I will play Twinkle, Twinkle Little Star very badly, and it will not be very interesting. And if you're a parent and you have kids who learned violin, you know what I'm talking about. If we have a simple tool, let's say violin, and you put in a large effort, you practice for 10 years, you will acquire skills and you put in a lot of effort and you can do fantastic things. Or if the simple tool is a pencil, but you trained for 10 years to draw portraits or something, you will make something that is really complex and interesting and that has accumulated lots of influence both from the history of learning and from your particular craft, how it developed, etc. And it will be interesting. If you have a complex tool, let's say Midjourney, that generates images with very little effort and interaction, you input 5 words. Midjourney brings 15 terabytes or something of AI model that is trained on every image on the whole internet. It will not be so interesting, because if you type these 5 words, or you type these 5 words, or I do it, we get similar images. So it's not so interesting. The tool, the proportion between the tool data, the tool information, and my data is ridiculous. There's some non-obvious cases. So in my genre, we design our own tools. So if I make a complex tool that is sort of big, it generates piano compositions, to take a real example. I use it with little effort. I wrote this tool, and it took me a long time to write it, and yeah, it's sitting there in a corner producing new piano pieces. I use very little effort while using it, but still the main influence, main influence is from the tool maker, but that happens to be me. So I'm fine with it, and I still can feel that, oh yeah, I created these pieces. But I also can saturate the algorithm, and after a while I get tired. Yeah, I heard 1,000 pieces now, and they're starting to sound the same. And there's also the interesting thing that maybe I cannot give this tool to you, and you will run the same tool with little effort because it will create poly pieces. So it's not so fun for you. So it's a complex situation too. And it can be a complex tool by somebody else, let's say Midjourney again. If I use it with large effort, meaning I sit there for days and days and days and try to find new ways of tweak it to get interesting stuff out of it, I will actually be able to find a corner of the space of the possible that nobody else has visited, hopefully. I maybe input my own images as part of the instructions. I find little glitches that I exploit, and etc. I make it my own, and then maybe even I use these images and then I transform them, like Florin did with this beautiful video in the beginning. He has used lots of tools to generate things and put in a lot of manual effort on top. He will talk about that tomorrow, no, Friday, as an example. So you use AI tools and you make it your own. Then it can actually become very interesting. Mantautas, how about time? We started a bit late, so 10? Originally it was 15, so it got shorter? We started later and now I end earlier, okay. Interesting. I will go on. So I will, yes. Let me see which ones of this. I will go do, there are so many problems with this. So there are lots of problems with the creativity of these algorithms. And I will show you one, and this one is also a classic, but I need to repeat it because it's hard to grasp. So there are lots of branches here. And finally we get to Bach. So Bach wrote 15 two-part inventions, and this is about this typical situation where people say, yay, we have AI, so we can make more of Beethoven, or we can make Beethoven's 10th symphony, or we can make more, finish Schubert's unfinished symphony, or things like that. So we train on Bach's 15 two-part inventions, which every pianist has played when they were small. The first one has these ideas. The second one overlaps a little bit, has a few more ideas. And the third one, they all overlap because they have sort of the same form, but they also, everyone brings something new. And all 15 of them, here are all the ideas, the set of ideas that they contain. But if we generate one more, it will be inside this circle. The AI doesn't know where to go. So it will make more here, more here, more here. You can make 1,000. It will not make this circle larger. But everyone that Bach did made the circle larger. It added something new. But the problem is that the model doesn't know where to go. To do that, it had to emulate the complexity of Bach's life, his the music he heard from his colleagues, or what his students said, or his teacher said, or whatever. He probably didn't have any teachers at that stage because he was the master. But you see what I mean? And even if we could emulate that, emulate some kind of Bach-like life, and something happened, his dog died, so he made a sad invention that was different from all the others. We wouldn't call it Bach anyway, because Bach is a closed entity. We know his life. And we know his style, and it would sound like then we get into multiverse problems, right? So there's a multiverse where another universe where Bach's dog died and he wrote different music, but then that's not Bach for us. So, it's really, this whole thing of using AI to make more of the same is really shooting ourselves in the foot with this simple argument. And this argument is 20 years old, but it still holds, I think. So I'm going to speed up a little bit. Yes. No, I'm going to skip that one too. Because another interesting aspect from, if we combine some interesting AI theory with these tools. So there's this wonderful AI philosopher called Margaret Bowden in the UK. She's very old now, but she's still active, I think. She's around 90. So she has this theory of P creativity, personal creativity, or H creativity, historical creativity. And it's sort of interesting to think about these models that are trained on everything in the whole, not universe, but world, internet at least, if the internet is the world. They're trained on everything, and you ask them to create something. And when they create something, I see that I'm actually not following this reasoning here, but I'm going to freewheel a little bit. So you create something. What you get, that image in Midjourney or the answer from ChatGPT, is not new to the model. It's actually not new to the system. It's just picking from what it already knows, maybe in new combinations. But it's new to you. So you perceive it as creative, something that's external to you. It's creative in relation to you because it shows you something that's new. So you perceive it as helping you with your personal creativity, but it's not new to history. So it's not creative from a sense of historical creativity, but maybe it's not even creative in the sense of personal creativity because it wasn't peak creative for ChatGPT or for Midjourney. But it's like a friend showing you something that you haven't seen before. Yes, it's new to you. I mean, that's one of the good things of having friends and colleagues and playing with other people, right? So that's also an interesting perspective that is rarely mentioned. So we can learn from old theorists a lot. So we have a lot of interesting thoughts about perception and aesthetics and things. So we should realize that we like to see patterns everywhere and to think that things are meaningful. So it's really actually always been very easy to make abstract generative art and abstract generative music, because we can basically look at noise and we think, oh, that's a nice phrase. Because we have these phenomena, pareidolia, which is the one, you see faces on the letterbox on the street, or a house that has two windows, and that's that phenomenon in our head. And apophenia is the same thing but with meaning, and that's what conspiracy theorists live off. Oh, this happened and then this happened, it must be connected. Yes, that's a natural tendency in how our minds work. So that actually affects how we evaluate AI art. So we are a bit too nice to the machines. So keep that in mind too. Also, we reflect upon it always as if it's made by humans. And this is often used as a criterion. We test, we show pictures, and we ask people, researchers love to do that, is this made by a human or a machine? And they think that is the Turing test of AI art, which isn't at all, because Turing designed his test to interact with another agent to see if it was sentient and a conscious being. And you probed the other agent's mind by interacting with it. So just looking at the results doesn't tell you anything, because any stupid non-AI computer program could output the same perfect musical piece or the same perfect image every time. The difference is in the variation over time and its interactions with the environment, etc. So we also need to be critical about that way of thinking, which is very common. Then we have, of course, the death of the author kind of argument, and does it matter who the agent is? And I don't think that Roland Barthes really said that, we should just totally separate them. If you really carefully read this classic text, The Death of the Author, he says that everything is derivative. Everything has hundreds of authors. Nothing is just from you, because it's much more complex. So yes, I think it definitely matters, and it's very much related to, where's that branch? Now I'm jumping a little bit. I'm jumping to this one. The empathetic aesthetic perception. I talked about effort before. So output from humans is always relative and contextualized, and we perceive the effort in the context that the artist had. I can give you an example. I have a friend called Mel. She's a dancer, but she also has cerebral palsy and is in a wheelchair. And when I see her dance, she's in Australia, but I've seen her live, I appreciate what she's doing in relation to her abilities. Her getting in and out of the wheelchair and onto the floor, was the strongest drama I've ever seen, but the movements for a normally able person were trivial. So I perceived that empathetically. It was a super strong dance experience for me as an audience. It's similar with piano virtuosity. We perceive, there's nothing given nothing objective about that. It's all related to, I'm a pianist, so that's why I use that as an example. The size of my hands, the speed of my movements, the precision of my jumps, etc. And big jumps, for example, is another, a big jump on a cello or a violin is considered to be very difficult because it's so hard to land in the right place. So that it has become a part of musical interpretation to take a little break and sort of emphasize the difficulty. So you always, you take a little pause before that you land to make sure it's correct. And also to communicate that, yeah, this is really hard. Follow me here on this hard thing. So effort, it's empathetically perceived effort is a really important thing. But humans, computers, what is effort for an algorithm? Yeah, we could measure it in megaflops or in the number of watts they consume or something like that. But it doesn't really work because they don't relate to our bandwidth. So a fast-moving robot, which is a physical, like a machine that produces something, we can look at them, but it's usually if they are moving very fast with precision, we perceive them as a bit dangerous and keep your fingers away, right? But there's also the cognitive effort that we could perceive. There's something called the computational sublime, which is the awe you feel in front of something that you couldn't predict. Oh, this mathematical formula or this computation ended up with this fantastic result, and I had no idea. So that's maybe one part of it. But, yes, a computer doing like billions of computations in a second, we're sort of used to that, and most people don't even know what kind of computations are going on behind the scene. We play these computer games, and there are like many billions of computations for every frame. So, and we don't think of that as effort. So it's really complex. There are many, and this is related to this branch. We'll see how many I can go through before Mantadas tells me to shut up. Everything that we generate with these algorithms, it's made for the human bandwidth. We create algorithms to create stuff that we can perceive. But they could as well play 50,000 notes per second, and I would just perceive it as noise. The algorithm doesn't care. So what happens if we take the human out of the loop? And this is very much related to another branch. Now I'm jumping around like crazy. If they would become autonomous, there's a lot in here. Let's see where, yeah. If they make art for themselves, the AIs, we're not there yet, but would they even make art that fits our bandwidth? Would they make art that is so slow that I would fall asleep and die before the next note arrives? Or would they make music that sounds just like noise? It's very hard to know. So you see, there are many things here, and let's go towards conclusions. So will AI make art making easier? I don't think so. It will make things interesting. It will make it different. We will get used to it. There are new skills that will be developed. I mentioned that in the beginning, new crafts that you students are developing that I don't have, which is refreshing. The takeaway is basically, can anyone or everyone do this? No, there is no free lunch. If you create a fantastic image with your agency will be insignificant. But yes, if you put in a lot of effort and you use your aesthetic judgment a lot and you make it part of your own process, it will become interesting, not new art, not better, not more efficient, but different, and your agency will be significant. So that is a main takeaway. And let me see here. I think we had one more. So yeah, I'll do this as the last conclusion. There's so many conclusions in here. There are two strategies to make this more interesting. I don't see them really happening, at least the first one, because the process don't have the tools don't have process right now. They are black boxes. There's a tendency to see, for example, now I used Midjourney as an example because it's a popular tool and I've used it a lot. So it sort of allows for a kind of a process because you get a few images and then you choose, make variations on that one and make variations on that one, and you can set how crazy it should go. There are lots of parameters, etc. So, it's sort of going a little bit towards that, but we're not quite there yet. And the tool itself doesn't have a process. When it generates the image, it doesn't ask you follow-up questions or listen to your music in the background or it's still this black box problem. So I think computers would be much more creative and much more interestingly creative if they actually emulated the process and not just the symptoms, which they're doing right now. So that's one thing that could make the world a little bit better. The other one is, how do we use this and actually make it ours? And that is that the strategy there is to never use the AI to make the total artwork, to finished output. Use it to generate materials and then integrate that material in your own process. So you take control over it if you can, not everyone can, but if it's possible, make your own models, customize them, retrain them, tweak them, or exploit the shortcomings. They do the wrong number of fingers. Make an artwork about that. They can't depict musical keyboards. They can't. Make an artwork about that. That kind of thing. So take advantage of what they don't know and their inabilities and make something out of that. And put in effort to really explore the space, process the material, and mix your traditional creative processes with these tools. They give you maybe some snippets that you then compose with, just like musique concrète composers did in the 50s. They recorded sounds here and there, and then they composed with it. Then it becomes yours. And another trick is, of course, to use example materials into the system. That's a lot of more information than just a prompt. That's also a trick to make it yours much faster. So basically, make it yours by effort, and then you will have authorship, and you will feel and have agency. Thank you.
Okay. Sound is there. Okay. We have maybe a moment for a few questions. If somebody would want to ask, I can bring you the microphone.
The answers are all in the mind map.
Yes. Is there some questions? No? Anybody?
No, it was too trivial.
Well, anyway.
There's a question.
Patrick.
Thanks for the presentation. I'm interested about how AI could not only modify an artist's point of view, but the connection between artists, creating new relationship between artists, maybe creating new arts between, I don't know, a musician and a photograph and so on. So you need not mention that much the connection with others, artists, with AI.
Thank you. I did mention that these tools also create references between artworks by different people. It's somewhere in there in the branch. I won't try to look for it now, but using the same tool or a similar approach or a similar technique that is sort of new, if it's used by you or you or you, it will create a relationship between those artworks. Unintentionally maybe, but it's just like, yes, Mozart wrote sonatas and Haydn wrote sonatas, and we compare them, right? There are new dimensions of relationships and references between artworks these days. And also inside an artwork, I notice when I generate lots of material that then I put the different pieces together, like in a chamber music piece, for example, and every section was generated by an algorithm. they relate in new ways that I could never have created without the tool. That they sort of have maybe a variation across some kind of parameter that didn't exist before. So that's sort of the same phenomenon. So new tools create new access, new topologies in the space of the possible that affects both how my material relates to other material by me, but also how my material relates to Mantauta's music. If we use similar tools, suddenly there are new kinds of similarities that we weren't even aware of before. But then I don't know if you also meant that if these tools can be used for collaboration, or certainly, because I haven't written about that, but actually this model of creative process sort of applies also to social creativity. But I would say that one thing that helps that is that, you know, the threshold is lower to work with material in any medium right now. I mean, I'm not trained as a visual artist, but I do a lot of cheating in that in that business too, and because I can use my sense of images, or I can upload my photographies and create visual material, and my visual artist friend can create music and use their aesthetic judgment on that, even though they're not a trained musician. But what comes into that process, of course, is that you use your aesthetic judgment, yes, and that is something that gets refined a lot during training. Either if it takes place in a school, or if you do it yourself, you get very good at judging, is this image really interesting, or is it just, you know, naively interesting for an amateur like myself? So, you know, yes and no. We still need that kind of trained aesthetic judgment, and sometimes we're fooled by the very little effort that is needed. So I think it's easier, and people certainly do it, but the good old big ears and good eyes are still needed.
Thank you so much for this presentation. It was amazing. Also, like, so easy to follow. I want your system. I'm very much interested in your call on the spiritual, also that this can embody in both a negative and positive way for a group of people. If we, for example, look into Silicon Valley and how AI is, and the narrative around AI is now, it can... We can talk critically about that in many ways, but also you mentioned pareidolia and apophenia, and the way when we look upon an object on the macro perspective, we give that meaning, and I think that is much connected to the spiritual. And I don't know what my question is, but I guess I just want you to say some words about that, and how to prevent also to give AI a godlike feature, because that is very much human.
You mean to prevent to think of it in those terms, or to actually give it godlike feature? Because I hope we actually don't give it godlike features.
Yeah. To prevent, and also to do it in a very like, to be cautious about that. Yeah.
I'm a bit cautious about talking about spirituality. You know, it's not really my profession. I think we have to be careful. I have some branches about anthropomorphizing of AI, because we tend to do that. And I mean, I think the word God is in there in one place, talking about, you know, where they actually, maybe I can find it. I'm not entirely sure if it's here. Let me see. Where was the creative process here? There is creative process in nature. Maybe I actually took that away. Yeah, I pruned the tree a little bit and still was too big. So, but you know, creativity in nature, how mountain ranges are formed, and create the beautiful flow of a creek and plants and all these kind of things. They have very interesting creative processes. In the case of living things, it's evolution. We know that now, but in terms of nature, the forms in nature is you know, erosion and geological processes and these kind of things. And we want to see, or at least many people, and historically most have, we want to have an agent behind it, even though there is none, or maybe we don't know, but I'm a believer in complex systems and emergence. So yeah, I don't have an answer. I would just say that yes, I agree. It's part of, to create an insight of how these things actually work, and to understand how complex systems and emergence work, and evolution, for example, which I'm a specialist in, and I'm totally fascinated by the complex results that come out. But we all need to be very careful to not say that, yeah, but that was created by some being. No, it was code I wrote, and I can explain every step that happens. And yes, it has unforeseen consequences and unpredictable, very high-level results that are super interesting. But yeah, I can understand every single step. But somewhere I'm lost on the way, but that doesn't mean there's a genie in the bottle. And yeah, so I don't have a better answer than that. It's sort of a big question, but it's more about our psyche and our need to have, somebody, father or mother figure to ascribe things to. And my latest conclusion is that, asking when do you grow up, and my conclusion currently, and I'm 54, is that we don't. Maybe when we die. So we still need that higher being. But yeah, let's stay away from explaining this with that.
Okay. So thank you, Palle.
Thank you.
Okay, so we can do a switch over to Rimas Sakalauskas. We'll just connect his computer. Jo, einam ten. We will continue discussing this at the end of the day. There will be a discussion, so we can talk about AI overlords, and things like that.
Muzikos aš nežinau, čia kažko labai daug bus.
Galiu net neįpersi. Ar pajungti visą galima. Čia šitas.
Aš nežinau, blogai kontaktuoju.
So, we have Rimas Sakalauskas with us, a Lithuanian media artist who has been working quite a bit with AI lately. And, we'll have further today some examples how people are actually using it, and I think in an interesting way, which is basically like little case studies of what Palle was talking about, really. Do we have the picture from the computer? Oh yes, we do.
Hello.
So, welcome, Rimas.
Hello.
I will hang around and ask you something if you want.
We could have a conversation.
Yes, we thought that we will have a conversation. It's always interesting to have the interchange of formats, so I will stay in the background. When did you start working with AI?
Yeah, I was actually quite late, and was very sort of, I don't know if you aware, but actually some of the people who are actually working a lot with computers, let's say, or quite deep into it, they're sort of skeptical. What I noticed as well, not all the people are very sort of enthusiastic about AI. Actually,
I know a lot of people who are very sort of skeptical, and I was also very skeptical and afraid, and actually was really late to adopt this technique, and actually it's very funny that you know, those tools are evolving so quickly that I don't know, even like tools which were popular maybe half of a year ago or maybe a year ago, it's already in the artificial intelligence community is considered already like I don't know, redundant, I don't know, obsolete, or I don't know, not on the I don't know, popular anymore, and because there are already new, better, more interesting tools, and so I don't know. But what I noticed that sort of for every tool you have to take some time to adopt it, and so basically I started seeing some examples on mostly on Twitter, because I think on Twitter it's the community there is quite actually involved in this artificial intelligence, I don't know, boom, or how you say. I don't know. So what can I say? Actually, I started working with those tools just because in the field which I'm working, you know, theater and live performance, you need to produce a lot of visuals in very short amount of time. So basically, you need to produce, render all the time. I have a couple machines at my home which always, you know, rendering. So basically, I have this problem. I need to make something in, I don't know, 2 weeks or 1 month. So it's very not spiritual. It's very, very sort of, how to say, like, I feel like a farmer, more like a, or yeah, I mean, it's very not spiritual. It's very sort of, you just need more visual food or whatever to produce, because there are events and there, or
so you need to grow it.
yeah, I need to grow it or generate it. So basically, my first try was actually I needed to make, I don't know, maybe 20K video, not 20, maybe, I don't know, 12K video in like 2 weeks, and like 20 minutes for music for one ensemble. It was called 20 Fingers. I think you know this example. 20 Fingers Duo.
Music.
Yeah.
Ensemble.
So basically, they were having this. Yeah. We decided to exhibit this work, not work, but to play this, to present Lithuania with some of them music. And so I was in a hurry to make, like in 2 weeks, in 3 weeks, visuals. So I saw that there is this, you know, stable diffusion word on the internet, and sort of started like produce those visuals, and yeah, and it was the first try, so I don't want to go deep into it, but I don't know if there's
Jonas, we have sound from the computer.
Or
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
maybe on okay,
yes,
headphones.
the headphones, yeah.
It was Kristupas Bubnelis and Eric Brown, or like 2 composers, but I think anyway. So it's not very visible, but basically it's like cosmos thematics, and the only thing which was more interesting is that I tried to make the Vilnius TV Tower model, so I made a custom model. I was like using this dream booth, I don't know, technique, which was on automatic 1111, and so basically I a little bit trained with some images this TV tower, and I don't know, and I just played around it and generated. So it was my first work. Later I did this visuals for our opera for which was in Grand Palace, not Grand, Royal Palace, or we were doing, we were sort of trying to animate all the paintings.
Yes.
Yeah, Baroque paintings. And so actually it was quite helpful to use already standard models because they are trained by the, I guess, by the paintings as well. So it was quite easy to generate it. And I can show some visuals. So it's from the other from the other actually performance, but anyways, I sort of tried. It's everything made with the already obsolete tool, which is called deform. Anyways, but so basically you can mix with the. Of course, it's like too fast, and I slow it 10 times. But anyway, it's what I'm getting from video generation. So it's quite actually good imitating the paintings. I also started to generate fish forever, actually, theater play, but I tried to make it as ugly as possible, and so it was quite a challenge, actually, because those models are, I don't know, created to make beautiful girls or boys or whatever, and I was like trying to make ugly fish. So it was some challenge, but at the end, you sort of, it's very, I don't know, strange. For instance, at the beginning, I was thinking, oh, maybe I should, ask ChatGPT. It should write me a prompt. But well, no, it's like writing very sort of boring, vague, plain, I don't know, prompts which doesn't give me. They are very sort of beautifully written, but for instance, prompt for this was like fish, rotten, I don't know, dead, and you'd like just, I don't know, experiment with, not with the sentences even, just the couple of words, I don't know, maybe 10 words, same words 10 times, and sometimes it gives you this, and only one small like change in parameters will ruin everything. So it was, yeah, strange, but it sometimes feels that I even can't say I control it. It just, I don't know, do what it wants to do. So anyways, but still, you can, I mean, it's a myth that you just, I don't know, you have to put a lot of efforts, actually. I don't know, at least now, maybe in future, you never know what's going to be in the future. But from audience, I see that those are more like engaging images when the first works, which tells that you need to put effort into using tools. So
we have a question right away, right?
Oh.
Hi.
Yeah.
I was wondering, when you're trying to create these images through the ChatGPT, or
No, I was
something?
just asking to make me prompts. So
Okay, but so my question is, like, they are really well blended one to the other. It's like there's no big chops. So I was wondering if you had to take that into consideration, put it in the prompt that you can't connect them, or it just happened this way, or if you had to make like this extra effort.
Excuse me,
There's
I
like many images, right?
Yeah.
And then you put them together and they go really smoothly.
No. So I can show you actually how I'm making. So basically, here is my computer at home, and so basically, I know everything. Most of the things I do now, it's basically you go on Civit.ai and this. How you call it, GitHub, and you can find there, for instance, you can download a lot of, but most tools actually are really simple. It's Automatic 1111 or Comfy UI. So basically, I can show you. So basically, okay, I have separate folder. Okay, so for instance, if you want to make I don't know, maybe it's easier with the Automatic 1111. So you just have to install it. So I don't know. I make, yeah, so basically you download it and put it just like a folder. And yeah, you have to have quite powerful cards. So I have mine like 24 gigs RAM, so you have to have more RAM, and it will take time. So basically, yeah, it generates a sequence of images and merges them together to produce a MP4, basically. Yeah.
It blends them together with the, like, also you have a control on that, how you blend them together, or?
Yeah, but usually, you just take sequence and then edit in, I don't know, After Effects, old school,
Yes.
or whatever, it's your favorite program. So basically, yeah, we are this in automatic 11, which is already obsolete, 2 years obsolete, but it works fine, and I don't know, for some artistic, for instance, we were watching The Fish, and for instance, director Oskaras Koršnovas, well known in Lithuania, he told, oh, I like, because I was like offering him old school, like what I used to do with the, just with the regular CGI, and so he told, no, I don't want it, I want like this sort of relatively new tools, because they give time sort of, he liked about this visuals that it sort of gives time dimension to it, because like fish is, I don't know, like living and dying and rotting, and then new fish emerges. So basically he liked this sort of, so basically you're looking to the aesthetics which gives you this particular tool, and try to make out most of it. And so basically here, for instance, you can, so you have control net. Control net is for some sort of mask images, which are not necessarily mask images, but you can try to control composition and other things. But usually I'm just, it's already prepared some prompts, tiny cute bunny, but I don't know, usually I write, I don't know, something, usually it's very difficult to ask him something ugly, so yeah, because anyway it makes beautiful. So
well, unless you like train your model on ugly things, I guess.
Yeah, or at least, yeah, you then, but sometimes, yeah, it's just quite complex, so I prefer skip that that step. And what else? I don't know, for instance, box, what else we can have, box, any suggestions?
Any random word.
Yeah. Pizza. Okay. And what I noticed that while working with the forum, it sort of likes very different things. So basically, you will be not very successful if you will use like phrases like sunshine, sea. It likes some sort of contrast when you give, one thing and then completely other, and then you can get some more interesting results when you sort of try and contrast, I don't know, things. So, okay, I like to delete this one because it's more, it's limiting fantasy of the model, and yeah, and so basically it's sort of, now of course, my computer is quite, because it's rendering other things, but I will kill process. Okay, and so basically, yeah, it's generating images and then stitching it together. I have separate folder for.
Yeah. Well, it generates. I saw your work before you started work. There is still, let's say, similar sense of aesthetics, of course, naturally, because you are the same person who is choosing the keywords, choosing the result of the AI. However, what changed the most for you, like in this kind of making artistic choices while working with these tools, or not really much?
I don't know. I never thought of that. Of course, it gives, those tools have their own sort of aesthetics, and of course, you sort of take this, it's very difficult to avoid it. So basically, of course, it changes how you even think in a way. But I never thought how, I don't know, maybe it's too early to say, like it's not a definitive answer for now. Yes, so why don't we have any images yet? Okay. Okay, so it was just a quick, I don't know, test. But as you can see, it's quite quick, and so also you can, you know, we generated it in now, I don't know, almost on real time. So I think it's quite powerful, especially, like I was surprised that in video mapping, it became quite also a powerful tool, because you always need the same stuff. For instance, you need to explode building, or you need to, I don't know, make some particles. And so basically at the end you just need to animate some masks and then add some prompts. So basically I can show you, for instance, I was doing quite a bit of video mapping, and so you can maybe now you will see more like tools which are paid. And okay. Okay, this was commercial, but I don't know, yeah, for Chinese brand. Anyways, what else? What I wanted to show. Okay, so we with my brother are doing musical, and I did everything also as well with the artificial intelligence tools. So basically this one was, Little Prince, and I did it in 1 day maybe, so it was quite quick. I don't know. 2 years ago, 5 years ago, it would take a week, I don't know, even maybe more. So it's becoming, of course, some people are telling that yeah, it's not coherent, it's nonsense what you see, but like people don't notice. This one doesn't have propeller, but nobody cares.
It also gives some interesting conceptual,
yeah,
ideas sometimes.
This was for the mapping for the but as well, what I noticed, it's nice to mix it with also with legacy, let's say legacy
techniques.
It sometimes gives you more interesting look, because when you have only one technique, then it's of course limited and not that interesting. This was the first tries of this was Vilnius. We were presenting Vilnius, so it's a huge venue, not huge, but like really wide venue. And also here I was mixing as well, like the regular CG animation with this. It's actually sort of Fabijoniškės, Šeškinė districts. Yeah, but I put it that's like sign past
Okay, so thank you, Rimas, for showing your process. Maybe we can answer 2 or 3 questions. Yes, could you come up here? Maybe it will be easier. Or yeah, we need the microphone so people online can hear.
Yes. Hello, thank you for the presentation. The example with the missing propeller on the plane, got me thinking of, does the limitations of the AI and the generative art affect your satisfaction of like finishing your piece, or like art piece if you see that, now the AI model didn't generate the propellers.
Just show it shortly so nobody knows. I don't know. I mean, maybe it's
it
sounds very maybe sort of down to earth, but it's how it is. You know, you just try to hide it or show it slowly so nobody notice or notice only 1%. Maybe it's wrong attitude. I don't know, but it's
no. But like so maybe it's just like different points of what. Of course, each artist value different.
But I mean,
in your like when you see something that you maybe thought it would generate, but then it didn't generate. Do you like?
You mean to refine it?
Yeah. Do you usually try to like refine it, or are you like?
I mean, it depends on time. So, for instance, like with the fish example, I was sort of, I had some time. So basically, I tried to So with the fish, I was sort of happy, but it took me maybe more than a month to end up in this aesthetic. So basically, it takes time. But sometimes, with the commercial, my brother told me like we needed it yesterday, and so.
So you have one evening.
So okay, maybe it was not 1 day, maybe 2 days, but still, like, you make it fast, and so basically, it's sort of the decision always is dependent on the time, basically deadline, and actually the deadline is the sort of judge of the quality actually, because if you have, I don't know, extended deadline, you can do it really well, and but then again, maybe for instance, I was doing this. I can show a little bit my work, Chronicles of One Day, which is sort of, anyways, name of the Lithuanian movie. But so I was actually in a hurry of finishing this part because I knew that Sora will come out very quickly. Sora will be like so better than all the other models, but actually it didn't. It wasn't. It was actually even worse than those Chinese models, which I was working at the time. So, but for instance, I was trying here to hurry up because I thought, you can verify it. It's not perfect work, but you are thinking when to stop. And it's just for any artist because you can, one of my friends, he was doing his film 10 years, and I was like saying, come on, finish it, make new one, and he was no, it's still not, he's not still Tarkovsky, or I don't know what his favorite like a director. So I think he didn't finish even till now, but so sometimes if it's good enough for today, maybe just leave it and take something new, because your brain will rot in this sort of short period of like time and technique, and you will just stuck. And I don't know. I think things are changing. I mean, you can argue that it's always this decision. You never know how long you have to do it, but I think sometimes it's just better to, I don't know, go along and not stick like.
And also I have this feeling that sometimes, well, it's a comment from me, that sometimes these irregularities or strangenesses with AI-generated stuff is actually what makes it interesting, right?
Yeah. And so the critique I was doing this movie that the art critic told like, how you sort of didn't use this sort of awareness of AI and try to make normal movie, but sometimes it's also sort of a nice achievement at least, because you try to make something which makes sense, which like 10 times over one is only 10% of the shots made. But here, for instance, I thought, why not? So those are I made half at home, so with the local, half made with these Chinese models.
Okay, maybe one more question, 2 more questions.
Hi, hello again. I have a question that maybe it's a strong question, but AI is basically, it produces with what it knows, right? Do you feel that somehow limited about creating new things, not like combining already existing ones? Is such a thing as a new thing, or yeah, is it many questions in one basically? Do you think you can produce new, fully new things, aesthetics?
I think yeah, it's quite. Yeah, you're right. I mean, it's quite hard to get some new things, and also it has some limitations. But on the other hand, I don't know. I don't know if I'm doing really something new. I just do stuff. So
Yeah.
that's maybe answer because I don't know what is really new. Just yeah, but it really lacks this novelty. I agree. I mean, it's usually it has sort of this already aesthetic and also yeah, but you sometimes just need to think around how you can ask it something, you know. So basically, for instance, here I was, you know, also have a challenge because usually like those tools, it has no consistency. So for instance, let's make a truck. Okay, it makes this a truck. But for instance, if I need a not whole truck, but just a wheel of a truck or tire of a truck, and so then you sort of create a new story there because it will lose what he knew about the truck, and then you just try, I don't know, banana, and you know, or try anything else that is sort of might be helpful in that sense. And so basically you cannot think as an, you know, director in regular terms that I have a, you know, house and then close up of a house and then I don't know, maybe chair, or you need to think like every shot is a little bit different story and you have to work around it, at least for now. Maybe, you know, tomorrow will be new model. So but also it gives you, I don't know, some, I think that it's sort of this IE stuff is on its own. It's not like, oh, we are competing with Hollywood. No, it's like a little bit its own aesthetics and its own genre, and it's a little bit going, I don't know, it has its own, I don't know, way, and I don't know, I think it's, but yeah, but it has this limitation of novelty. I agree, and yeah, you know, as I told you, sometimes you just try to very strange, for instance, prompts, or just to work around this limitation. Sometimes, yeah, you need mix it with regular or this legacy graphics. Maybe you can try both techniques to mix it and then get something. Or you can train, but it's sometimes it takes a lot of time, so, and knowledge. So.
Yeah, I agree that like AI has a really specific aesthetic, but then it's like it's always the same question, like, then what's the value of the artist in these kind of things? Like how much we should use, or how much do you feel like you're bringing to this kind of art? Because I'm just thinking this way, like until a certain point, if the AI is in the major part of the work, like the actually like content material, I don't know how to express it, but the visual thing we see, how like if anyone can make it, everyone can be an artist.
Yeah, but there was this, you know, on the Contemporary Art Center, like everybody's an artist, but only artists know this. So I don't know if I agree with this position, but I think we are going towards this because.
Yeah, I mean, Palle talked in his lecture exactly about this. Is this all agency, you know, and choice is also in a certain way a way introduce your own agency. But we'll discuss about that later because I mean, generally, it's the question of how this set of 4 days.
But I think here, you know, like the most interesting thing, I don't know, at least for me in art is anyways like this also social aspect, and you can, I mean, even if agent will be doing everything, still like what agent did you choose, and you know,
Yeah.
and we will discuss maybe about agents, but still like it's the, I think it should remain the same in that sense that
The same way you can say also that there is never something new, you know, like we always build on what is there. We can't create something completely new because of how our brain works in a way.
Yes, hi. Thank you for the presentation. I was also thinking about the whole agency aspect, so I think I'll reframe my question a bit. But I was wondering, I'm curious how much of this process is, to use Paulo's term, you know, a black box process where you don't know what's happening, and how much do you personally add your own, like, craft into it? Like, for instance, with the fish, I was thinking, you know, you could have bought a fish and had photos of it.
I can show you.
Yes.
Actually. I had similar work, and it's nice that you gave me this. So I was doing something similar 20 years ago with decomposing fish, which is yeah, but I was filming it. Yeah. So it's in a way the same prompt, but made 20 years. Of course, I was like sort of very with trauma kid, and anyways, and now as well, but not that explicit.
Yes, but still, I think that if that's 20 years ago, you had totally different tools, and so
yeah,
you know, why not add that into the tools now? And I thought with Palle saying you have complex tools, and you can either have, you know, little effort or large effort, and I'm curious what your reflections are on that, perhaps.
Yeah, of course, it's more appealing when you add more, you know, more effort. It's obvious. I mean, people told me from this. I was showing the fish in the play. I mean, it had a premiere, and so basically people told, "Oh, I remember fish," and I was working with the fish longest time. It was the last video I made. So basically, people see. I mean, it's maybe I don't understand it, or I don't know the process because it was just an error, but still to get this error, which gave the best, I don't know, output, you needed to put effort.
Keep that in mind. We'll talk about that as well. Error is extremely important. Yeah. But anyway, we have to switch over. Thank you very much, Rimas. He will still hang around if you want to talk with him in coffee break. Thank you. Anders. So let's connect you. Yes. So it's like a mini jack and HDMI, and we also have this HDMI thing if you need the power. So now we switch from visuals to sound. Anders Tveit, composer, sound artist, colleague, friend and teacher from Norway. I'm just trying to keep your interest and talk while Anders is preparing. Will present his work with AI and mostly sounds, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, we see it. Welcome, Anders.
Great. Okay, so my My name is Anders Tveit. I am a composer, technologist, performer, and also quite interested in this topic. I thought that we'll go a little bit back in history, especially when concerning music. What we now call AI and any rule-based or formalized music has been in existence for quite a long time. And I think Palle mentioned, even though we can go back in the antiquity, this excerpt that you see on screen is actually what we called a musical dice game. And it's an example from 1757 about the composition that has a very simple rule-based composition system. And it's basically that you have measure 1 is from column 1 and measure 2 for column 2, and then you throw the dice and then you recombine the columns and the measurements, and then you have a new composition. Often this is attributed to Mozart as well, but there's actually no hard evidence that he did this, but sometimes you will see these Mozart dice games. So algorithmic composing, computer-assisted composing is quite a long-established tradition in music. I won't touch so much about this in my talk today, but just to let you know that this is nothing really new in music when it comes to these types of techniques. Of course, a really important work when we talk about computers is the Iliac suite made by Lejar and Hiller. From 1957, and it's really 4 movements, and it's 4 different techniques that we're exploring, Markov chains and how to deal with rhythms and generative processes. I will skip this quite fast, but yeah, just to let you know that this is also a thing. Xenakis, the Greek composer, made quite a contribution into this type of thinking, especially when it comes to using Markov chains in music, which is kind of this probability transition matrices that generates. You can use that to generate for example, new pitch sets, and that is quite similar to what you have put in. Well, I'll jump a little bit forward. So my take on this is, of course, I'm interested in all these things, but I'm also very interested in how things sound and the sound of anything, and the usage of non-musical data and also extra musical data into composing. So the examples I give today is partly based on extrapolating data from timbre, but also extrapolating data from nothing that's connected to music or remotely connected to music. So, yeah, my interest, of course, is, as many of you, into interactive systems, improvisation, collaboration with others, and spatial music and sonics, which I'll not talk about today, but I can show you things during the workshop, how to use ambisonic as a way of interfacing with, for example, rave models and so on. But this thing for me started way back in 2008 when I started working with using kind of non-musical data. And in 2012, I was commissioned to make quite a big work for the Ultima Festival, which is a contemporary music festival in Oslo. And the creation I came up with, together with Notam, was a new interpretation of John Cage's work, Reunion. And this was chess game. And basically it's how to make music out of a chess game. That's the premises. So it premiered there, and it exists in 2 different versions. One is for a concert version, with a live performance, and the second one is from a more installation type work we'll see here for 8 speakers. So the idea is that the game generates music based on the rules. And there is a specialization scheme where each of the columns corresponds to a speaker. So I'll just play a snippet on how this sounds. Yeah, I think you got the idea. That was quite the start for me with working with kind of this. There's a lot of machine learning involved and rule-based stuff in there, which I won't go into. But I started working with another project for guitar and prepared guitar and multi-channel audio and fixed media. And this was a quite horrendous project for me because I always go into a project without knowing what to really have no, I mean, I don't know what I'm doing. You know, I want to challenge myself and learn new things. So I went into this project while creating a composition that from the composition. So in order to do that, I needed to have a motion capture system, like the one when you create movies. And then to extrapolate those data points from that gestures in order to use that as a starting point for creating a new piece. And I was working at the university in Oslo at the time, so I was lucky enough to be able to use their quite big system for motion capture. And this is a recording of the guitarist playing the piece that was to be discarded. So it's just some snippets out of this. So it sounds like this. So, and the reason why it's the music stand is not a music stand, but a chair, is that you can't have anything reflective in that room because it will throw back at the optical cameras. Just a note. So you will see that the guitarist has a lot of markers on his body and on his nice little hat there. That's in order to track his gestures. Yeah, and before I come to this, I'll just show you quickly, if I can get access to this, how what this actually looks like, because I had 20 markers, and each of the markers has 3 points. So now I was lucky to have just all these numbers. What to do about these numbers? Well, that was my problem. Okay, so I started experimenting. Maybe I could like map, the numbers to some kind of noise generator or something, and it was just horrible because I can't see any pattern in there. It's difficult. I can see it visually when the guitar moves. For example, this is just to show you how this will look like in let's see, as an animation. This is the guitar is a little bit weird, but this is how the system sees it. Anyway, I mean, so it's really hard for me to know what to do with these numbers, and I started looking around, and of course, speaking to smarter people than me. Well, this is a dimensionality reduction problem. Because you have way too many dimensions, you can't see a pattern in there. You need to tell the computer to find a pattern. So looking for very specific thing in machine learning and in AI is dimension reduction. So after being able to spend a lot of time learning about this, I managed to reduce this data set into an XY axis, giving me an overall gesture. And the overall gesture is looking like this. So I got 128 gestures from this recording, which is like this. So this is the overall, how the computer sees that performance. And this was much easier for me to work with, so I used this as a kind of a mapping exercise in Max for creating, controlling different parameters for a live performance. So it would look like more like here. So I'm not sure if you can see here are the gestures captured in one. So if I want to play it, then we go through all these gestures, and this will control, for example, the specialization, but also granular parameters and different kind of real-time live electronics treatment of guitar. And also, I used this to create a score for guitarists. So all of these things were connected to these 128 gestures that I managed to get out from this huge data set. So just quickly play you a recording, how that sounded like. Yeah. You want to be able to hear the multi-channel and stuff, but I think you can get an idea. Yeah, so that was just using the gestures as mapping the processing a slowly moving pitch delay of the guitar, but also additional sounds that went across. So I'll skip this. So another interest then, of course, this was using non-musical material or extra musical material as a foundation for making new music. But another thing is to take using timbre analysis. And of course, one quite important aspect is timbre analysis and orchestration. And I'm sure there are many expert users in this room as well, but I use this in a very simple way for creating a piece for flute, clarinet, and violin, which was based on the sound of some melting ice. And what this tool, this Orchidea tool, it does a timbre analysis of that sound and suggests, come up with solutions of different playing techniques for the given ensemble, basically. So in this case, it's a lot of multiphonics, which is a way of producing multiple pitches on monophonic instruments, which I found very interesting. And even though it didn't, the solutions it gave me was a pretty bad match in terms of matching the original sound. But at that point, you go into your creative idea and you just make a decision. Yeah, I think this sounds good. So you diverge from the original concept sometimes. So I'll try to find this. And of course, what I've been working with lately is using this in more real-time context. So tracking the timbre and then using it to apply into live electronics. And I wrote a piece for clarinet and live electronics, and there's many things you can say about this, but I will just play a short excerpt. Is the sound quite low, or is it okay? Yeah. Yeah, can go a little bit louder then. So here I want to sort of having the computer tracking or classifying the type of techniques used in real time, and then applying an effect whenever this technique is applied by the performer. So a sort of automating way of doing live electronics. And I want to just play a very short excerpt that you can try to listen to, there's a flutter tongue in the clarinet it plays, and then you will see there's applied a sort of a spectral stretch that comes from this. So hopefully this works. Yes, so yeah, so this is something I can. How much time do we have, Matthias? Yeah. So I just skip very fast. I can, if those interested, I can show you how to do this. It's quite easy to classify any timbre and to give that out as a MIDI signal or a controlling signal. I'll skip this and just go straight to something else. I was interested in relation to this, I was interested in trying to find, using the computer's machine listening skills, or lack of skills in a way, to try to come up with parts that somehow creates this interactive agent. And in a composition that I will play later today, I would call it, it's a case study or an experiment, I would say, where there is a violin part, and there's the computer is trained on a lot of ligeti piano etudes, and the violin part have nothing to do with the ligeti etudes at all. It's a very different input. And this computer listens and sends signals to this clavier, which is kind of a MIDI-controlled self-playing piano. So I will play you this thing at the end, and for me it creates this output is rather strange but strangely poetic, which I found quite nice. So I like these things where things doesn't match and they make no sense, but somehow it comes together and gives the impression of a sort of active agent. So I'll just play that at the end. And you can listen to this in real time at the concert today. So before I start, there's a grand piano, so you'll see the keys moving. It's not so easy to see on the video, but it will be there. Yeah, so every time it comes up with a slightly different solution, so I'm excited how it's going to be tonight. I think that's it, yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Anders. We are slightly late, but maybe one question. One? Or we can also talk about that during the coffee break. I also want to call maybe Caitlin here. We will not be streaming her workshop, but maybe before we come into the coffee break, I want to present you Caitlin Max, who agreed to do something else completely differently here. Maybe you can come up, you know, so that people online at least see you once. As we are talking about very much disembodied things in relationship to, you know, AI and concepts, we thought that it would be very nice to balance that and explore this kind of ideas through movements. So maybe you can say a few things about that.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, we're going to explore AI, but a different version of AI. It's going to be authentic intuition. So learning how to explore and develop our intuition through embodiment, through movement, creative movement. So we're going to have fun, we're going to play, and we're going to reconnect. So that's kind of what we're going to do in a space over there.
Yeah. So we'll go now to have coffee in the space over there, and then we will move there in the same space as well. And we'll return here after coffee and movements, also with a like slightly later than scheduled in the program. We'll continue with the presentations here, maybe 15 to 1 or something like this. So if you're online, you're also welcome to go and have coffee. That's it. A break. Okay, we are back online and on site. Thank you very much for nice movement. And now we continue. I ask my colleagues, Anna and Mikolas, join me on the stage, please. And we can get also the slides of our computer on. Labas, hello.
Hello.
So we're okay. I'll just say what we will be talking about. We will be talking about a little bit how you can use AI in the context of opera, also as a certain example or case study, how you deal with co-creation and agency and AI in the same situation. Mikolas is my colleague at the academy, a researcher, composer, as well as he was just head of Composers Union, and I became the head of Composers Union. So you can witness two heads of Composers Union basically in the transition phase here on the stage. However, most importantly, we have Anna Ablamonova with us. She is probably the most successful Lithuanian independent opera producer, quite known around Europe and the world. And we will talk about a project we are doing together. Should I continue about this historical stuff a little bit? Okay. So, what experimentation with AI, let's say, and voice and kind of opera-like situation was there already since 70s, I would say. If you talk about machine learning models, over past 10 years, there were some examples of short operas, maybe even over past 20 years, there was some experimentation with generative art as well as using machine learning. In this, however, I would say over like fast 3-4 years and got into kind of second phase where you have already some AI, let's say, involved opera productions, even in some major houses. So like just to mention like last 3 known few, I would say good examples would be Chasing Waterfalls, electroacoustic multimedia opera, which involved using AI to generate the audio, electroacoustic part and multimedia part, as well as parts of text. Also there was AI ballet, presented in Leipzig 2 years ago, where AI was also used for electroacoustic, let's say, soundscapes, as well as as an inspiration for choreography, for example, and stage design. Also, we had here in Lithuania projects where there was AI used to generate scores for kind of neo-historical recreation of Baroque opera, which didn't survive in 17th century. I was heavily involved in that project, as well as Rimas, by the way, who did the visuals. However, today, we will talk about something further, and maybe Anna could comment about the context we are working in.
If you come back to the previous slide, I think that all of these productions were produced by state organizations, state theaters, and I run an NGO, independent company, which works with contemporary opera already for 17 years. And in my work as a producer, or if you wish, creative producer, I had the chance to observe many creative processes and see to lead many creative processes and see how artists make their decisions, understand why they do one or another decisions, and there always were some ideas from impossible theories, like what would happen if, for instance, Leonardo da Vinci could have chance to meet Claudio Monteverdi. I feel that that could be a very nice match, and probably they could do very interesting production, maybe even as Bob Wilson did with Philip Glass. So one of the ideas, one of the productions was on my mind that we all know that Lithuanian remarkable artist from the end of 19th century, beginning of 20th century, Mikalojus Konstantinas Čiurlionis, who was both composer and painter. He expressed an intention to create an opera. And most of us we know this from music school, but it was not created. And although in Lithuania, first operas were created in 17th century, and they were kind of created in Baroque aesthetics, but new movement of creating contemporary operas was begun at the very beginning of 20th century. And I think it's important to explain the context when the idea to create an opera Jūratė came to Čiurlionis' mind. Here are several main dates. 1904. Lithuania at that time was under the occupation of Russian Empire. And in 1904, the ban on the Lithuanian press was lifted. Then in December, the Great Seimas was held in the building which is now Philharmonic Society, National Philharmonics. Then in 1906, in January, Čiurlionis writes to his brother Povilas that he wants to create first national opera and join the national movement. And at the same year, in November, we have a premiere of, let's say, first Lithuanian National Opera Birutė, which was also premiered at National Philharmonics Hall. Then many different societies dedicated to education, books, newspapers, publishers, art, science were founded in Lithuania. The idea of building a Lithuanian nation's house appears, and Čiurlionis, who at that time lived in Poland, in 1907 he moves to Vilnius, and he meets Sofia, young 21-year or even less, no, 21 I think, years old lady, his future wife. And at the same time, he completes the orchestration of his symphonic poem, The Sea, which means that Marinist topic is on his mind at that moment. And in 1908, Čiurlionis works together on the opera Jūratė, based on the legend about the Queen of the Baltic Sea, together with his future wife, Sofija Kymantaitė. And unfortunately, at 1911, he dies of pneumonia at the age of 35 as Mozart. Yeah, so this is the context, and it was very interesting how he would create this opera if he would have chance to do that. And we can move to another slide. And previous, yeah. What we have, what materials are left? There are some sketches of the scenography. There are some examples of music, and the most informative source, I think these are the letters of letters between Sofia and Čiurlionis, Konstantinas, or how they called themselves, Kastukas and Zoselė. Where they explain or discuss how this production could be developed, and they discuss it passionately. They discuss their relationship, and in a way this goes, their relationship of Sofia and Kastukas goes in parallel with the discussion about Jūratė and Kastytis, main characters of this legend. Yeah, so this is what we have, and it feels like it's not enough, but at least something to start this crazily challenging creative process. Yeah, and also important to mention that this idea popped up many years ago, maybe during that boom of artificial intelligence in the art, but as it is a huge project that requires big budget, we have such tradition or so-called culture of anniversaries in Lithuania, which means that if you have some anniversary, it's nice context to do some nice project, a nice possibility to get funds. And this year we have 150 years anniversary of Mikalojus Konstantinas Čiurlionis, and that was the opportunity to get the funds and all the attention to this idea and to start developing it. And I think we started everything like for real in 2022.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think in that context it's very interesting to talk about the creative process timeline, since when we are talking about artificial intelligence, one of the big branch of it is connected with something innovative and with something very interesting, what could be new, what we haven't seen, but actually for us it was a challenge to recreate actually what could have been happened if Čiurlionis would create the opera after his death. And actually, well, we needed quite a big artistic team. Maybe Anna would like to
and how it started, I called Rokas Zubovas, who is great grandson of Čiurlionis, and he's pianist, he's director of Čiurlionis House, and he is probably one of the persons who knows Čiurlionis quite well. And I said, I'm coming with the idea and I will explain you and see how you react. And we were sitting at Čiurlionis' house and first reaction was like, why? But I think in 5 minutes, Roka started showing me, look, this, that, yes, let's do that. And we decided that we have to be quite precise, making right match of creators of this production. And these are the main people who were on our list, and we started calling. And I think that these hashtags, keywords, artistic ego, sensitivity to task, and material, creative flexibility, delicacy, knowledge, and also scientific approach to the material were the keywords thinking about who could be those artists, who could develop this idea.
Yeah, and I could add actually to this artistic ego maybe some artistic diplomacy, because free composers writing single opera is actually, well, it's quite a task actually. And since the opera is very big format actually, and there are a lot of, well, variety of the ways how it could be approached actually, but for this time we chosen actually quite a traditional way. We actually started off discussing the concept. We started off dividing the tasks, because free composers, how they are working. So since Mantautas were experienced before with Andromeda, and he had all the knowledge about and the experience how it was done before, he was as a head consultant of how to implement AI in our process. He presented a variety of models which could be used, and actually we chose the Malandro model, which Mantautas will explain a bit afterwards. But afterwards there was a big discussion who will do what after the material will be generated. So, well, we discussed that probably one of us could work more with melodic material, with vocal material. Arvydas Malcys was chosen as a very good orchestrator, so actually he was one of the composers who hasn't touched AI in that situation. He was more traditional orchestrator in our team. And afterwards we had the analysis of the material, and well, material was quite scarce, because it was some research on how the current situation could inspire Čiurlionis to create his letters with his five, also some ideas of some very late compositions. So actually, very important part was the discussions with Rokas Zubovas, who also carrying the gene of Čiurlionis. So he helped a lot actually of creating all the form, how we should approach the material, from which area we go to other area. And then actually the another important part was to write a libretto. And we discussed, the possibility to generate maybe also using AI, but afterwards we chosen the very good poet Julius Kelleras, who had some, stylistic presumptions to be capable to write it and to model it as Čiurlionis opera could be used.
And musicality.
Yeah, and musicality was mostly important. And afterwards we had quite a long period of sketching, and because I will talk maybe a bit more later about that, but the prompting strategies was probably what we discussed mostly with Mantautas, how to make this engine to work with music and how to do the material properly. Well, if talking about how we worked, not digging still very deep into the working with AI model, we had a lot of meetings of preparation of musical structure. We prepared the material in this orchestral and vocal numbers. We had quite a lot of listening sessions, which is not very typical during usual process of composition, when you have in each 2 weeks you're meeting and we're listening what is good, what is not good.
We had to coordinate between ourselves as well. When you have 3 people involved plus AI as a certain wild card, it's very important to kind of feel what you are doing and be gentle to all the process. And actually, I'm pretty sure we had much more material than actually in the end reached the score. Some of the things we redid, some of the things we commented, and also it was also this kind of historical research based to make sure that it's interesting as a contemporary piece, but at the same time that it is fitting the beginning of 20th century Vilnius as it probably was at that time, of course, through the perspective of the creators.
Yeah, maybe we can go to other part.
I can say just a few words that we used. Composer's Assistant, second version. We used first version in working with Andromeda. We were prompting it mostly with Čiurlionis material, of course, his last pieces. Also based on the letters, there were some mentions, or like you saw when the letter was written and when, for example, a certain piano piece was written, so you could kind of think that, okay, that relates, Also, there are some archetypes in the opera. It's based on Lithuanian tale or mythological tale, really not even folk tale, but I think it goes pretty archaic. All the symbols in there and things like earth, sea, the division between gods and humans and things like that. All these archetypes, they were in there. Also, I will have to mention that one of the moments why we chose this model, which is, I think, very nice motivation when you are choosing AI tools, is that it's open. You know what it does. It's like main model is trained on non-copyrighted data on open domain. It's also ethical, transparent, and you can also introduce your own agency if we would follow on Palace suggestion. Oh, through different variables. So by changing, let's say, creativity, we are introducing more or less diffusion or randomness, as well as making certain other variables to change. We could have tried to model it, still based slightly on the harmonies and rhythmics of Čiurlionis.
And actually, well, what was the most important, probably, research area, and what was very interesting, it was the selection of prompting, because, well, Mantautas had the experience, but Čiurlionis is very tricky to recreate, because it's a kind of early modern music which has a lot of material which is similar to Romanticism, late Romanticism. Also, it was Čiurlionis' work is filled with folk music material in very non-essential and non-typical ways, where you can find very, well, chromatic music with complex modes, but still with some motives from folk music. So actually, we needed, what is important actually to discuss in the wider area of discussions of AI, actually, that if you would like to recreate some music, you actually need to understand how it works, first of all, because without that understanding, actually, it's very difficult to boost the AI to do the proper things, because the best results has happened when we started to combine this sort of very contrasted material, folk music intonations with chromatic modern intonations. And actually what was proposed by Mantautas, that we are using some excerpts from the music, usually quite short excerpts. So if talking about AI possibilities overall, we had, well, at least I had some strange experiences when I needed to wait for a result, because still the model needs quite a lot of time to produce the result, and you need to adjust to that process when you are prompting, then waiting, okay, then the result is not very good. One more time prompting, waiting, and actually we had with Mantautas a workshop that we need to use our patience very thoroughly, because without this patience, actually, you can lose the focus, and actually the examples and stability of a model is very uncertain, actually, and sometimes you can get, well, genius results, well, very nice Čiurlionis sounding material, and in other 20 or 30 minutes you cannot get any, well, relevant results.
Especially if randomness parameters are set quite high, so even with the same prompt you can get, I don't know, many different results, and you have to get lucky, and also it kind of, the result has to fit your taste and your understanding how it should be, and also your knowledge how it could have been. Also, I think it's important to mention that we also thought not only like, okay, it's not just like Čiurlionis composed, but how he could have composed if he wouldn't have died. I think that is also an important moment.
There is a safe zone, we call it imaginary Čiurlionis opera, so imaginary helps us.
So you can see like a first publicly available excerpt from the opera. Maybe Anna, you can continue. Yes, well, we kind of talked about that a little bit, right?
Yeah, maybe another additional thing, actually, this without unusual workflow, which when you are, well, working with the model is the one challenges are arising, but when you are trying to work with it as a regular composer, well, it's the workflow what is not very typical, but probably one of the biggest challenges is the musical form, because it cannot do and produce a good result when you, for example, ask it to create, for example, 1 minute, 2 minutes of piece. Actually, we did the experiments, but usually
not good result from human perspective. Maybe from machine perspective is a good result, but it doesn't make sense to us, you know, how we are used to listen to music.
And actually, that's a good question, talking about the artistic context, that we should be aware as an artist about the sensitivity topic, because what usually artists are dealing with is the very extremely tiny details combined in very, very, very polished material, which has the meaning and which has emotional emotional, well, impact on us. And actually, that is tricky parts. Well, at least with that model.
Okay, but yeah,
Yeah, this is where we are now. I think we are between stage number 8 and 9. We are polishing this final version of this core and approaching rehearsals, and then we will do working recordings in order to stage director could hear what it is about, using not MIDI files but real orchestra. Yes, and what's next? Next, we are going to the staging phase. These are the people. We've thought that that should be the right way to offer them to do this staging. Also, a small orchestra, 24 people, just because the orchestra pit is not big enough at the Vilnius Old Theater. And also, maybe it's important to mention that Čiurlionis and Sophie, in their letters, they talk about that they would love to make premiere in Vilnius, but at that time there were no any theater, any stage, any musicians, anybody who could do this. So they were thinking that probably they will do a premiere in Warsaw, and maybe later, sometime when ours will be ready, we will do it in Vilnius. Yeah, and premiere is in October at the Vilnius Old Theater, which was built in 1913, and probably if he would create it, it would be staged there. Yeah, so please welcome.
Yeah, that's it. We have to move towards the panel now, so we can keep on sitting here, but maybe you have some questions to Anna or Mykolas? Or me, yes.
Thank you so much. I was wondering, how much of the generated material did you, or in what kind of capacity did you go in and alter it manually versus what it generated?
Well, actually, quite a lot. Most of the material afterwards were checked, and well, if talking about percentage, well, from my point, I would say, well, 30% of material is, well, moved. So in that sense that after careful prompting, after doing this job by 4 and 4 bars work and trying to align these different structures work, I would say that, well, something around 30% was added, moved, because voice leading is not very good. It's not very typical for time period. Maybe it's too sometimes banal. Maybe a bit it needs some more some movement on drama. Maybe also Mantautas, what's your opinion?
I can just say one word also, that there is a dynamics in generation and prompting process itself, where you also sometimes alter some things. Bouncing back and forth, so it's very hard to tell. Like slightly different dynamics in the decision-making process, which is actually quite interesting, because I would see it as you are discussing with certain agencies through yourself, but also through AI, and it goes both ways. Okay. So maybe that's it. Woo. You please stay here. I'm just inviting more people. So everybody who was presenting here, who are still here, please join us on the stage. We also have Pale and Anders and also Rimas, if he could join us. Yes, and Caitlin, if you could join us as well. It's a great pleasure to have Bruno.
Hello. Good morning, or Shall we start, Mantas? Yeah.
Yes, yes. Let's
well,
go
it's
on.
a pleasure to be here. My name is Bruno Pereira. I'm from Porto. So to give some color to this Nordic meeting, and it's a pleasure to be here, kind of moderating, facilitating a bit of discussion. Of course, the last sessions in a full-packed morning are always challenging because we are all tired, maybe thinking about lunch. At least in Portugal, we do think about lunch quite often. But let's try to wrap up the day and speak a bit about what happened this morning. That's why the panelists are here. To also to reflect a bit more outside of their own presentations. And I must say that for me, when I was listening this morning, all this, I think this is all, we are living very exciting, daring, challenging times. We all feel that, I think, in all different aspects. Of course, one thing that strikes me the most is it's not the tool itself, it's not the AI. I mean, we all had at different points in history kind of innovative tools that changed the way we connected. What I think it's different at this point is how this is speeding up our way of dealing with the world, actually in connecting with the world. So actually the first question for anyone who wants to start discussing this, and then we will open to you, it's the idea of challenging of time. Because we are somehow saying, well, this actually saves us a lot of time. And my question, and it's great actually, I love not wasting my time doing not very interesting things, but somehow my question is, what shall we do with the remaining time, with the spare time that we have? Well, shall we produce more? But kind of, I kind of think we are totally overloaded with new things. So what is actually meant to be done with the time free? Are we speaking about working less and connect with ourselves and the nature and our families and whatever friends and reading more? What is actually in stake here? And I'm very curious about that. So do we do more things? Do we speed even more what is already very vertiginous pace that we have every day? What is actually the ethic and the responsibility of that we have as an artist towards what we do and towards the using of these kind of tools that would actually shorten some ways up? And actually it's twisting a bit the concept of some, not work, but labor. Like the idea of actually I'm fully committed with this, and that actually hurts my body, hurts my intellect, even the body physically, I mean. So we came from the times where the performing artists were doing kind of durational performances to things that are done in 1 minute or even less. We came from the speeches, political speeches of 4 hours addressing things to politics made in X, in the Twitter, with 127 characters. So I'm really worried about this kind of a compression of time, compression of because we told it about knowledge, but I think it's more information, and it's not always knowledge. So blah, 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 blah. And it was very funny with me, because I know this, Mantautas presents the malandro, the guy that created the composer's assistant, poor guy. It's not his fault. But in Portuguese, malandro means actually a person that doesn't really like to work. That's malandro. That's a malandro. We probably know the Brazilian opera do Malandro, which is about the kind of a lazy person that always try to go around the thing. So it's very funny that his name, poor guy, is that one. I'm sure he's not a malandro himself. I don't know him, but well, so time. So what shall we do with the spare time that we created with these beautiful tools that we listened this morning? Pale.
So Bruno, you didn't listen to my lecture. I said it will not take less time. If it takes less time, the result will be bad. There was actually a branch that flickered past very quickly in the mind map about efficiency. And you can understand efficiency in two different ways. One is to get a result faster with less interaction, and then we end up with no agency, and it's not mine. Or you can see it as, yes, it's very efficient because it takes me further in the space of the possible to a corner that I couldn't reach before. I can take bigger steps. I can work with styles and patterns and ready-made examples in the instruction, and I go further away, but I still have to do it. There's no free lunch, there's no shortcut. So I think they are very efficient in taking us to new places, like, yes, I have a speedier car, or now I have my private jet, so I can go further away, but I spend the same time traveling. Before I had only a bike, so I can get like 10 kilometers away. Now I can go 100 kilometers away or 1,000. So we don't save time. If we save time, we fool ourselves or shoot ourselves in the foot.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So best spent time is actually to be outside and not be inside at all. The biggest problem I have with using these tools, yes, you get more efficient, but there is always a cost with everything. And the biggest problem I have with this, and that's why I'm always skeptical, is the big environmental impact it has. And that is becoming such a problem. So I think we should actually just get more outside and stop doing what we're doing, really.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, Pale, I listened and it was really interesting, your lecture. And I think that what you're saying is it's so clear that it becomes utopic somehow. I would say, of course, I'm not saying that there are not a lot of artists doing the way you are saying and connecting in that deep thing. I'm just speaking more widely about the challenge of getting the possibility of producing even more with less effort. That was also a possibility in your chart. So that's only also to provoke. I mean, not to criticize anyone. It's like to provoke each one of us to reflect on the responsibility that we have towards the use of technology. Yes, Kathleen.
Yeah, I just wanted to say I agree with you on the connecting more with nature and connecting with the present moment, trying to be in the present, and even in our artistic process, it's a process, it's not the end result, so staying present in the process, but really grabbing the present moment and connecting with nature and the nature of ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's actually a very, very good topic about concerning the carbon emissions. What it has a huge impact actually, and it's not very ecological actually. But also I was thinking about, well, our past experience with opera, and actually I worked also with the colleague Rima Sakalauskas, who told today that it really gives a boost in efficiency, but concerning the music and concerning this Malandro model, this lazy model, which I didn't knew that it means, actually I didn't felt that actually I was creating music more quickly. It was quite the same because a lot of prompting needed to get the results, and it's interesting that in visual media probably it really helps a lot, but I'm a bit worried if it, not worried, but I'm not so clear if it's getting faster in music, but maybe in visual arts, yes.
Yeah, I just want to add, so for me it's having in mind this Yorite Cholonius opera experience, it's not about saving some time, but it's just a tool which helps us and we can play different games. It's just different way of creation and probably different result, but it's not about saving some time at all, maybe even more.
Yeah, it's a process. It's just slightly different process, as we already put. And in that process, being in a state where you can be here and now helps with decision making. So it's like, you know, you have to find the balance with external, internal agency, with here and now past. For example, the models have databases which are trained on something which is, you know, like very clear and not touchable, but very clear, let's say, influence, which we also have actually in our subconsciousness. So you know, we're human beings, and I think that is the most important. Because whatever we touch, you know, we probably won't have fun if it's not human. We might play with it, like with these black boxes. We press a button and then it generates something, but then it gets boring. And what you do with it?
I think that the thing is what you say, Mantautas, that, you know, it's the reward of the process. We like doing it. It's not about the artifact at all. It's a side effect of what we like to do. And to use a tool that does that for us, that's not fun, right? We would still do what we like to do. And it's almost as if these tools teach us what is the human qualities that we would miss if we use them too much. I'm collaborating with a choir in Stockholm right now, and very preliminary phase, but still like a performance about AI and with AI and together with engineers and artists. And it turns out that, yeah, the main message and the main topic of it is what are the human qualities? Because it seems like we're losing them, but the AI is actually showing them to us.
Mm. Yeah, actually, it is exactly that, but I actually must say that we are in the panel. Maybe we should open the discussion to the audience, because there was a very interesting question yesterday with Matthias in the workshop, that someone, because he was saying that with my previous knowledge, I actually can check the result of the prompt, and then I can actually know exactly where to change. Whether if the younger generations start immediately from this idea of generating the information and the knowledge is coming directly there, eventually we start losing the tools of kind of a critical connection with what is giving the output of a prompt or whatever. So that's interesting, because we all come from the moment before the AI thing. So we know how it works without AI, without actually a lot of other things that are connected. And it was very nice to see your work 20 years ago and now. And I just to pass the word to the audience, it was also something that you said that it's very interesting and created in me another, well, many concerns that I think touches everybody. That is that it was very hard for you to make the fish look ugly. And I said, yeah, because there's something, there is the AI sometimes is creating a positiveness, like a polished and superficial vision of the world. Everything is beautiful, no wrinkles whatsoever. I don't know what happens with the hands, because the hands are all weird. I don't know, there's something that I would love to know more about someone studying that, why the hands are so complex. Because we see so many difficult and complex systems, and then the hands are crazy weird. So, but this idea of creating beauty, creating a standard of beauty, like very clean and very polished and superficial, eventually, I don't know if it's not slowly disconnecting us from the the reality, or the real, or whatever we want to call it. That's another story. But maybe we could listen to also younger people, not only, but younger people, seeing how do you face that? Some of you were born with internet in your cell phones, and then now, because that's there, AI as well nowadays. It's we don't know, don't see, we don't care, but it's there. So how do you actually deal with that, please? And you can ask questions to
yes,
the panel,
I will.
please.
It is what it is. I worked, though I am from maybe the after generation of already having like a lot more digital experience, I have worked recently with children who are now coming up, like 12, 11 and up. And to see that they have been missing out on such a big part of what it is to be creative or what it is to be human, which is to play and to be bored and to be entertained by your brain instead of everything that is constantly being like these constant stimulants. I think it is a big problem. That's why I think I have also this very like aggressive and kind of like completely against view of AI most of the time, because I think we are kind of taking it for granted. Like if we had more wisdom, I think maybe we could use it, but I don't think we can. I think we don't have this mentality of a beehive or anything. Like we're not working for the common goal. We're working for the ego. But I wanted to ask about because you have been talking a lot about the creative process, which is understandable, but about the audience and the perception of it. Have you noticed like this restraint from the audience, or is it more like curiosity? Do you think it is important to involve audience in on the joke of what we are doing and how we are doing it in the AI manner? It can also be in more different ways.
Anyone?
I think that if you use it, as I think, properly, meaning that you actually have a process around it and you take it seriously, and like in this opera project sounds exactly like that kind of project, there is no difference because we have been using other techniques a lot. Of course, there's a difference because you can, as you say, you play different games, you can relate to historical material in new ways, but it's not conceptually different from using other techniques. And it's not even necessary for some works that the audience knows what tools the composer used because it's so complex anyway, right? So, but of course, in this case, it's a historical situation, or if somebody does a critical AI work, it's actually about it and questions these things. And yeah, so I think it's complicated. I think, you know, it's also not, it's not only that the audience goes to a concert and see an AI piece. It's like they actually make AI pieces themselves and prompts, and, you know, and I think that's also, you know, both good and bad. They all get creative. They all become like amateur artists, but they also get a little bit desensitized. And I was happy that you said bored, that they haven't learned how to be bored. I was wishing for you to say that, and then you did it, and I was so happy because I think that is a big part of the problem.
Mm-hmm. I will also rephrase one thing which I consider extremely important. It's about ethical position of a human person who is using the tool and who perceives how the tool is used and how the person understands how the tool functions. So if you go deep, I think it's all fine. If you're superficial, it probably will lead to some problems, right? And it has been true since we, know our history. If you start from the wheel and all other technology, so that question is not just about AI. I would say it's just, of course, if the tool is powerful, it can be also impactful, right? And the impact could be much more destructive, but it's not the tool's fault. The humans are using the tools and are creating them. Yeah, well, that's something else, That's also a tool in a way.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, what I felt from my perspective, maybe I didn't tell before, but I sort of a little bit afraid from my AI from that point that I became a little bit more lazy, I have to say. Yeah, like in terms of using legacy, I don't know, tools. It's for sure, you sometimes think, maybe why I should spend like week rendering, and maybe I should do it quickly. But maybe it's good, I think, maybe it's more efficient. But I mean, I'm a bit afraid we will lose maybe those legacy tools, like skills for legacy tools, which still are, important.
Yeah, we should not forget that actually the human being is actually still alive, because there are processes of actually creating habits. And habits are our way to survive and to make things easier for us. So there's a natural tendency to make things easier for us, as you were saying. So that's somehow, I would definitely say that for, I don't know, for the daily things of where can I buy something, or it's easier, where it is the thing, or tell me where the nicest restaurant, I don't know, it doesn't matter. But when it comes to our process, artistic creation, again, the responsibility is different, or should be different, I think. So we need to fight back to this, that's my perspective, to fight back the shortest way. I always tell my students the more dangerous thing is the straight line, because it's easier to get there. So if the first step you must do is to avoid the straight line and then find other ways to get there, which is stupid considering the human nature, but that's why maybe it becomes more interesting in that sense. But of course, then we have the second line that you spoke about. It's like sometimes we need to be pragmatic. So where is the balance of it? So we have now 4 people in line to address. So 1, 2, 3, 4, or eventually whatever.
Yeah. So I thought about, you asked, because you asked for our generation as well, how we view this whole thing with AI and technology and stuff. And my experience is, at least for me, I'm 21. I grew up my first 10 years without social media and all this stuff, and I was in nature. And then from that point on, I've been deep into it. And I think when we talk about AI, I also feel like we can't ignore the whole digitalization aspect of it. Like, it's a much broader conversation. If we only talk about the AI, we forget that it's intertwined with social media and all these digital platforms, which I think are, personally, I think they are a lot worse than the AI in itself, because they are, designed to grab attention of children. And AI is being used in that. So for my generation, I feel that a lot of people I speak to, we really have this. Of course, there are different opinions. I might trigger someone now, but I feel there is a lot of resentfulness towards a lot of aspects with these technologies because of the huge harm it does to children. And also us, who, like, even though I was 10 years, I still notice a lot of effects based on this. So AI, I just wanted to point that out, that AI is also, isolating it also loses a part of the picture, I think, for us. And it's very closely related. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Anyone wants to comment that? How actually most of you are teaching at schools and universities. How is your approach towards this kind of use of technology in?
I could just say something. I did a radio interview just after my lecture, and I answered one thing, a question that was very similar to this. And in a lot of art programs, and for example, the architecture program that my son has taken, the first year they don't use any digital tools. They draw and they build models by paper and wood, and they're only allowed to do that. And through that, they get this kind of familiarity with materials and with form, and they get it in their hands and in their bodies. I think that's great. And I know of a lot of art educations that do that. And I think also, you know, it's hard in electronic music because you need electronics to do electronic music, right? But there are old ways to do it. We start with musique concrète in where I teach. They do things like they did it in the 50s and not allowed to do any complex processing, basically just recording and editing. And that is a way to train the ear to be aware of the inner nature of the sounds and what they want, basically. So I think that's one way. I think we need that because the domain knowledge, as was pointed out in a lecture earlier in our workshop, as you referred to, the domain knowledge is necessary to guide the AI in the right direction.
I will quickly say just two things. One thing, I'm pretty sure that Rimas, and it relates to the previous question, wouldn't be able to do what he does now. You cannot like use the shortcut if you do not know the way. So like to make the decision, is it the right aesthetical or wrong aesthetical choice, you actually have to go through the long process of education. And even using the same tool, if you have an artist using it and if you have somebody else who is using it superficially, you will get completely different results and completely different, let's say, cultural value out of it. And another thing is, I believe, and it's a huge problem in education, first of all, because media literacy is the necessary literacy of a current age, and how many media literacy lectures, well, how it's called, lessons we have in school? Zero, right? And even what it is there, it's outdated. It's like 20 years or 10 years at least here old. And nobody is really talking and doing anything about that. And that is, of course, horrible. And we have the situation where you swim or sink. However, the technology we have around is not going away. Maybe human civilization will go away, maybe not, we'll see. But the thing is that it's not going away and we cannot escape it. So the only way is to actually have a certain vaccination or like understanding. I mean, now this kind of technology literacy is as much important as there was literacy like a few hundred years ago, and that's it.
Thank you. Now we have a question there or a comment.
Everybody's covering my thoughts that are going on in my mind right now, and I consider myself still quite young. I'm 37, I'm almost a baby into the academic teaching world. But just a few observations. I realized that one of the most difficult discussions to have with students is actually what is responsibility. I dare to say what is freedom in artistic thinking. And what is being an artist nowadays? You keep mentioning the word literacy, literacy, literacy. Sadly, I have to say that a lot of young artists, and I put myself as well, because a lot of times I find myself in this kind of trap, I'm flooded by literacy, the easygoing processes of achieving results. And because all of us want to feel good as artists, you know, we become delusional, saying, yes, I'm doing art, yes, I have access to whatever I can imagine, therefore my work has some value. And then I just look myself at the mirror, or I look at a student or another artist and say, okay, but what is the degree of responsibility in all these decisions you've made? I mean, what is your discussion with the past? Have you done your reading? Are you aware that you're pretty much doing a music that exists already 50 years ago? And then perhaps people nowadays, they have the right to be defensive. They say, wow, this is very old-fashioned, you know. I don't like analyzing or reading, you know. They even get political. They say, I mean, why should I learn? Why should I analyze musique concrète, for instance, you know? Why should I know? These were French, you know, or, well, Stockhausen? Oh, no, this is too old for me. So I dare to say, I'm sorry, but how can we fight this back? Because people have like this immense freedom to say, to think and say whatever they want without any conditions. And this is democracy, is it? So, I mean, we are pedagogues, artists, yes, but we are like intellectual apes, and we have to protect something very, very sacred here, that choice comes with responsibility and knowledge. And this can be like a lifetime journey and a generation's journey. And I'm getting goosebumps right now because I'm facing these problems almost in my everyday life. And I don't want to complain. I want to bring this huge problem on the table. Yeah, sorry, yeah. Thank you.
Anyone resonates with with the comment?
If they ask, why do I have to make musique concrète? Well, you don't get your credits if you don't. Yeah, but I mean, we put it there because, I mean, they came to this education because they hopefully trust our judgment of what you need to know, at least have met during your journey. I don't think that they should become musique concrète composers or that they should become mini palais, or, you know, that's not the point. They should be exposed to lots of different things and learn, and it's designed for them to learn as much as possible. They don't have to like it, but they have to try it, and that's what I say. And nobody has refused to do it yet, so it works.
Do you want to add that? No. So, thank you. Well, this is a very complex discussion, of course. But Theodore, do you have any adds on or deviation? I don't know if you want. I mean, I don't want to force you. Just want to force you to do the musique concrète subject.
It's a nice proposition. I think my question is already answered, but maybe we can be more precise. I mean, every tool that we've invented, not every tool, but many of them that we've invented, even the first like stone, it could have been used to, you know, crush bones so that we can get meat out of the animal, but it can also be used to crush a human, you know, and kill them. So tools have always had this kind of dualistic nature to them. And I'm just wondering if we can actually say in a very practical way what ways we can advocate for the good use of the tool, like in concrete terms, instead of just saying, oh, this is what might happen. What can we actually do? And I think this is what the students are in many ways asking. They're not asking that we point out the problems. The problems are obvious, you know, but what can we literally do to advocate for a healthy use of this tool, basically, if anyone has ideas in that regard?
So this is the moment of advices.
I did finish my lecture with a recommendation in that direction, to actually, you know, use it for material, not for the final result, and engage it in your process. And that's my advice, both when you write thesis and when you make art. Make it yours. And that's my advice.
Yeah, my advice is still out to get out in the sun.
But there's also a reflection when I was talking just before the panel with Miklas here, and he said, yeah, it was a surprisingly tricky project doing this opera. And there's a branch in this huge mind map that says AI as life complicators. And that goes historically back. We use these formal methods, and maybe we're not even aware as artists. We use formal methods, algorithms, rule sets, whatever, code, to project outside our horizon of imagination. We have a limited predictive ability, especially regarding computation. We're bad at that. So, and you know, as an artist, you want to renew yourself, and it's a paradox. How do I take a step in a direction I don't know? And one way, which is easy but very rich, is to project out through a tool that has this kind of computational capacity. For a rule set, just like a rule-based, like theater sports can be one. But you know, to take an example from your field, and I worked a lot with actors and dancers, and or to write a piece of code that generates a sound that you couldn't predict. And so we use them as self-imposed constraints because we need constraints to create. So using this kind of what happens if, and I use this thing, and I'm exposed to something unpredictable or unexpected. I relate to that, and then I take one more step, and I end up somewhere which I couldn't think of, and that is the charm. That is the whole value of it, and it helps me develop. And then I gradually appropriate what I encountered. Maybe next time I can write by ear music in that style, but it takes some appropriation. I have to learn it and learn the logic of that material. And then the next time I use another rule set, and then gradually I grow as a composer.
Yeah, and I also thought about this as working with person, because, well, as I joked with Paula that, well, it didn't get our life easier actually. But it's also a cost. For example, if we are considering some big production teams in movie production, for example, when several composers are working on the same project and the single composer's name is on the credits and other are just assistants. So we can think about AI also as an assistant, but with assistant usually it's not everything so simple, because if you are hiring some person to help technically, actually you need to consider personality, they're experienced, and you sometimes need to coach, you need to discuss, you have conflicts and so on. So actually these are funny things that actually we are bringing the same problems at some point, maybe a bit different way with working with AI tools actually, as we would have if we would hire some assistant as a human.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I will definitely add trying to give some, well, ideas to how to move forward. It's like to promote human interaction. So that's what I try to do with my students, is like speak to each other, work together without additional tools, speak with people in the street, on the streets, meet new people, speak with people that comes from different backgrounds. Like what I believe some concept that already brought this intuition, and the only way of building intuition, in my perspective, it's not through the virtualization of interaction, is through experience. And when I speak about experience, I speak about sensorial experience. So touch, listen, grab, smell. But it's like people. I'm in the sun. And feel it and try to embody that experience. So what I definitely would suggest as a way, it's not kind of a demonizing technology or AI, of course. It doesn't make sense, I think. But definitely promote a balance between that and human relationship, experience, travel, speak, drink a beer, whatever. It is this possibility of getting a bit metaphorical and poetical somehow in our relation with the world. And then it's things, I think, will start moving somewhere that is eventually a bit outside of what we know. And then, of course, that's the big problem on that, is that we have goals. We have kind of things to obtain with our students, with our life, and this takes time. So we need, again, going back to the time, we need to actually build time for us and for what we do. And I know there's a comment there. Is it short? Because there's one last comment. I think we are almost done, sorry. There are two. But do you want just to, because I think it has to do with what is being said. Okay. Yeah, so there was first, you, yes,
okay.
Both. There are three, but there is also before, well, you are also willing to say something. Sorry, I don't know your name. No? Oh, no, okay. So, please.
Okay, yeah. No, I just wanted to bring in another perspective, which is the perspective of the performer, into this discussion. Because I think or in my mind, I see music production, composition as one time zone in a way, and performing music as a much more compressed time zone. And that time zone being one important element in that is the risk. And risk gives energy to the performance and content, actually. And
during these days, I'm sort of zooming back and forth, looking into how AI relates to that kind of moment of truth where you actually sit on stage and you play one note, and when does the next note come? How loud should it be? So I'm just sort of missing that perspective in the discussion here, that the end result of the music performed live, yeah, I don't see really the relevance of AI in that. I mean, the music could be produced by a composer or AI. It doesn't really matter if the performer then needs to fill it with the content in a way. And intention.
Anyone?
I just totally resonate with that. But I think for me, I really enjoyed this idea of risk-taking as a part of the composition and also the performance. For me, those terms are blurred often in my work, at least. So sometimes, I mean, although I don't wear any hats now, but I usually wear many different hats. So for me, performance and composition and the use of machine learning in my case is, there's always a risk-taking there. And that's what drives me, and that's what challenges me. And that's what I get a kick out of. So, yeah.
I think most of what has been said actually applies also to performance. For me personally, I'm also an improviser, and I'm going to play 2 works tonight that are exactly what you're talking about, you know, playing with algorithms, with machine learning on stage, and I have no idea how they respond. And both, that is part of that risk actually, you know, and I think your performance with this self-playing piano and the soloist, it was part of that. She didn't know how it would respond, right? And you don't know. And that is part of this self-imposed constraints. To me, that equals the risk and how you interact with it. And also there are other very interesting aspects. And my current research project is called Entangled Musicianship and Minimal Algorithms. So trying to make these algorithms as small as possible so that you actually really get entangled with them, and they are not trained on the whole internet. They're super small, and your agency is mirrored in them. So all the complexity that comes from them also comes from you. But you, and whatever you do has multiple functions. It both sounds in the moment, and it bindingly affects how the algorithm will function in the near future, which means that you're really braiding the future together with the algorithm, and you place yourself in a situation where you and the algorithm are entangled and create the future in a piece or a performance, and which is a wonderful situation. That I love to be in that situation. It's horribly difficult, but you know that it's all about risk, and that's why I use them, and that's mostly how I use them actually.
Yeah, well, it's about risk, and it's about experimentation. Which X comes from the idea of experire. So the X is outside you, outside the perire is the, if we want to translate it, also somehow it's the dangers, out to the danger zone, to the risk part of it. So that's it. And then, so one last question, Aurora, but let's, oh, sorry, you wanted to comment.
I just wanted to add that
sorry.
I think as a performer, the biggest risk is actually risking to be yourself on stage and to be authentic and to really show who you are. That's probably the hardest thing, to go on stage and just be yourself in any of the art forms, I would say. And it brings us back to connecting with who we are. And I think one of our greatest tools is our own body and as we talked about today, integrating kind of the intuition, the heart and soul and the body. And we were talking about literacy. There's also a big issue now with movement literacy that people, young children and stuff are losing that. They don't have that. It's kind of a movement illiteracy. So I think it's really important to stay connected and take that risk, be willing to take that risk and show your vulnerability as an artist when you're creating and when you're performing.
Yeah, I think that's actually very, very interesting in the sense, I think more even touching than to be to find something awesome, like spectacular, which actually drives us very kind of to another state of connection, like, whoa, this is very nice. But the other part that's even probably stronger is the vulnerability of actually connecting to another human being that is actually fragile as we are. So the connection is, the empathic connection is really strong, I would say. So here, microphone, or you speak loud and strong and yes, project it. Yeah, I know. Aurora will finish because
I can give that.
I cannot.
I wanted to point out something that I think is important that I felt that we haven't really discussed, and that is, I know it's big, so let's take it short, but I just want to say it. The ethical implications of using this technology when it's owned by huge companies whose interests are not at our best, I think, is something we don't seem to discuss. Also, when Theodore asks to promote how to use this, well, we start talking about the artistic way and how we as artists can use it and how can that be good for the artistic process. But we don't seem, or my impression is, we don't seem to take into consideration the whole societal sort of responsibility, perhaps, that we as artists could hold in, for instance, using this technology to promote outside of the artistic process, or more broadly. Does it make sense? Like, yeah, and the environmental aspect, as Anders said, also I think hasn't really been discussed, and so I get a feeling, and I might be totally wrong, but it seems like we are curious people and we want to engage with this new technology, and it's exciting, and but in that we go to this sort of artistical, I don't guess, ego direction where we really, we're having so much fun with the technology, but we don't actually maybe take our responsibility as artists. Yes.
Well, we will talk about that next 3 days, actually, exactly about these things, so we'll continue. Because it's too many topics to address now, right?
So, yeah, don't lose next chapters. So I think we need to close. Aurora will make
close.
the final,
super fast and existential.
Final comment question.
I actually, both your comments, Birge, made me boil inside because I very much agree. And I think also a lot of times we miss to discuss also the implication that, or the fact that our generation, the young people today, have grown up showing themselves as products also. Like there's always a mean of production, like the identity and how you show yourself, how you dress, and how you, like it has always been that way. But now it's like every day, and there's an observed self at all times. And as an artist, I think we have the responsibility also to reconnect with an internal self that I think is something that we haven't been taught as young people in our generation. And I was wondering if you had some comments about the connection between AI as a tool for production or for art making, if you have some comments on that.
I can say again, very simple and short comment. Understanding how AI works helps to understand how you work, because everything we do is like a model of our own. And you can understand, or not understand, but in a way it becomes part of you. I mean, you can get into this flow state, which is very human and very intrapersonal thing, actually, while working with the tool. It's the same with musical instruments, right? I mean, you become one with it. It's kind of extension of you. Another thing is what AI teaches us about. You can think it from that way. Because you understand that actually there is all this agency there. You also very clearly see that nothing is really super original, and this like 19th century understanding of author, or like somebody who creates something very new, and the understanding that you are always in contact with the society and the people who created before you and who create now, and that you are just, maybe you find some different angle, but it's nothing like really that you are, you know, like composer or author or ego. It's nothing. It doesn't exist, and it also helps to reconnect with everything around. So I mean, it's just it's your perspective. How do you look at these things, and how do you use them, right?
And there was a branch I never got to that compares the current tools with entertainment. Entertainment aims for the known, with the known effects and the most common. There's a populist logic in all of AI, the big AI tools. The common things are well represented, and they will occur with a high frequency. So it's great for doing, you know, what the entertainment industry wants to do, while art is about exploration, and the current set of algorithms are quite bad at doing that. So that's why we need to be careful with our process, because otherwise we will just continue to do what you know, what Hollywood does, or what the pop industry does, most of it, just trying to satisfy our you know, to fill our time with boring entertainment. And it's our responsibility to step out of that. And we can only do that if we actually understand these mechanisms.
Great. Well, I think we have to finish now. It was a pleasure, and thank you to all the speakers this morning, also to the conference, which is amazing and very, very enriching for the reflection of this very kind of, it's almost not possible to go around it anymore. So how to actually include it in our lives, in our responsibility, and when it's very, I think there would be the relevance of the responsibility is not unilateral. I mean, in schools, for instance, the responsibility is also shared by the students and the teachers and all the staff. I mean, sometimes we feel that there is and Aurora said it a bit, kind of a feeling a product. It also depends on your side, the young generation, to claim to not to become a product of the schools, of the institutions, of this is nothing new again, but it's changing, and it's being rapidly moving towards a weird place. So we need to actually to be there and make our voice heard in a good way. I mean. So thank you very much for everybody, and see you tomorrow and after tomorrow and after tomorrow after tomorrow. And today there is a concert this evening at 8 o'clock in Arca. So it would be nice to see you all there. Thank you very much. 20 o'clock.